Amy,
Yes, Judy?
I think I just kicked myself out. Let me see. Let me go.
Out of the meeting?
Yeah, I just rejoined, but let me see if I can.
Oh, okay. Well, let me make you a co-host again. So you have renaming ability.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, just a second.
I hit the wrong button.
Okay, what we're gonna have to do is have Susan do it because she took on being host so she can start the
That's
live
fine.
stream.
That's
So
fine with me. I just can't see who's in the waiting.
yeah,
just wanna make sure.
I can't either because she also, I'm not a, well, it does say.
Yeah, you just have to wait 1 second. I'm almost done
That's
with
fine.
this, and then
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
That's fine. That's fine. That
We'll
doesn't,
wait. We'll wait.
I just wanted everybody to know.
Thank you, Judy. Janet, you
Yep.
can type a message to the waiting room and tell them we're dealing with a tech issue and we'll be right there to let them in a minute.
Okay.
You're a co-host, but none of the rest of us are right now until Susan's done doing what she's doing. The sausage making is exciting. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for being patient with us. Okay, so I am a co-host now. And that will help because now, and Judy is a co-host. So Judy, you can go back to your
Yeah,
task.
and you can
Okay, thank you.
can
I will.
take host from me because the live stream's up, and so I'm gonna actually leave with this account completely and go in with my Susan account. So if you want to take host for me, and then I'm gonna bail.
Okay, can you just pass it to me, Susan?
I might be able to. Let me see. Yep. And you should change your name.
I will change my name. Yeah.
So now I'm leaving.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And then I'm going to go ahead and call you, but I'm going to also discuss this with Joel. So
Down on the bottom, I don't understand.
Let me try this one more time.
I don't think we should be I don't know what you're resizing. We shouldn't be resizing the template.
No, you're exactly right.
Hi, Amy. Hi, everybody.
Hey, there you are.
I know, I'm sorry. I was in a meeting till about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. Amy's on the phone right now.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
So we're
My
kind of in a
bad.
holding pattern.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, everybody, thanks for helping us get through the beginning of this by being patient. Anne, can you unmute and I ask you to help with some things tonight?
Sure.
So I've made you a co-host as you're an
Okay.
officer, and Carol's not going to be able to be here, but I would like to ask you, you should be able to help us count votes. And
Okay.
the way that will look is the votes will be counted. The vote totals show up for the hosts and co-hosts. So we can count those, but I'd like you, Janet, and I to make sure that we do all the counting together.
Would that be in the polls? Is that where we see it?
No, under the participant list.
Okay.
So can you see the participant list?
I can see the participant list. Yes.
And if I raise my hand, do you see where?
Oh, yeah. So it's a manual count, not like it doesn't provide us with
No,
another.
if you look at the very bottom of the participant list, it
I
actually
see that. I
tells-
see it. I see it. Yep, there it is.
But there are going to be some contingencies, and that's due to people carrying proxies. But in the very beginning of the meeting, we're going to go over the proxy list and make sure, like, if you look at Ashley Stoltzman's name, she has a -2 after her name, meaning that she is a proxy carrier. And
Okay.
so as people enter, and I know they're carrying proxies, I'm going to put the -2 after their names.
Okay, and then
Then we
We
have to
count-
add on those amounts of extra people, but we will go over that.
Okay.
And then also, if you have a calculator handy, I'm going to explain the math. And Janet, you and I will be doing the math unless one other officer shows up to help with the math, but we'll see. And I need to make Tim a co-host right away so he can do what he needs to do. So 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna hi Tim, I'm gonna let you get started with your duties of getting the timer set up. So, but we'll go over that, but I'm gonna explain the math as we get into it. Tim already has the timer there, fantastic. And the way the math will work will be explained on a slide for everybody, but it's the total of yes votes and no votes. That equals the total amount of votes voted in any one of our ballots. We're looking at everything as a separate ballot. And then what we'll do is we'll take whichever receives the most, the yeses or the nos, and we'll divide those by the total. And so if we decide to take a position, it's 2/3. It has to be 667%, but that's on a slide. So does that make sense? And it's just
Yeah.
a simple division.
Yep.
And you, Janet, and I will have to agree before we move on to the next one.
Sounds
So
good.
thank you. I see that Senate President Steve Fenberg is here, and he has marked 2 because he is carrying
A proxy, I did that.
proxy. Now, Lisa Lesniak was going to assign her proxy to Carol, and Carol can't be here. She has an emergency. So I think we could reassign that. And Mark Flett has carried proxies for us before. So Mark, would you want to carry Lisa Lesniak's proxy?
I'd be glad to.
So we're now assigning Mark Flett because Carol has an emergency and can't be here. So he is Lisa Lesniak's proxy. So we'll mark him with a 2.
How many people do we have who are 2s?
I'll go over that as soon as I know.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm going to just change Mark Flett to a 2. So one thing we need to do, Judy, I'm going to rename a couple of these. I know it's confusing, but some of them have a space and some do not. And so I'm going to take the space away just so that we have no confusion with the C space. Janet, if you have time and want to help with
Got
that,
it.
you can. But let's just do it with no space after the C. And we're going to just make sure we have this all right so that when it comes later to being able to find people, because then they'll show up in alphabetical order appropriately. Otherwise, if there's a space, it does 2 alphabets, which just gets confusing. So.
Okay, Amy, I heard you say my name, but
That's okay. You focus on what you need to. I'm just going to work through this real quick. It'll just take
okay.
a minute. And we'll just have a bit of a late start, but we will get started. So I just need to do some renaming and remove a space. That's all. Nicholas, I'm going to be making you co-host. And Nicholas, do you know how to deal with Nicholas, do you know how to deal with turning chat on and off in the security settings?
What are you trying to do, Amy?
I'm asking Nicholas if he knows how to turn the chat on and off in the security settings. Nicholas, if you can unmute.
Here.
And Stan, are you carrying Karen McCormick's proxy? Stan, could you unmute?
Yes, Amy, I do have,
Okay,
I talked with
Alright.
Karen today.
okay, very good. And Beth, is
anybody
Beth
gonna
here as
clue me in?
well? Stan, is Beth in attendance as well?
Yes, she is.
I don't know why we have that, but if everybody would mute except Stan, I'd appreciate it to try to eliminate the echoing. Stan, do you know if, so about your proxy, when you spoke to your proxy, you're holding a proxy for Karen, do you know if she expects you to vote the same way you're voting in all matters?
Yes, she gave me that authorization.
Okay, good. Well, then, we're putting a 2 after your name, and as far as you and Beth voting, will you both be voting the same, or will one of you be voting in chat?
We're on separate laptops tonight.
Okay, can one of you be muted? I think that's what's causing the echoing.
I'm on it.
Thank you. That solves that problem. Who knew? Okay, so just doing a little renaming, removing a space. So everybody's in alphabetical order, which will help us throughout the evening. And we'll get started as soon as we possibly can. We just have to take a little time to make sure that only, I'm going to mute Stan. Okay. We just have to make sure that everybody who's here should be here and anybody else is watching on the live stream. So give us a minute. We'll be done with everything and we'll move on to the meeting. Okay, so Susan, are you staying for the whole meeting?
Probably going to stay until the beginnings of the GOP debate again. So maybe by about a quarter after 7.
Okay,
or
well
something.
then, all right, then that's not going to work. So thank you.
Why? What do you need to have done?
It's okay. I'm going to see if Nicholas can do it, or else I'll just manage it myself.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you. So Judy, don't put a space after the dash before people's names as you're admitting them. Okay.
Yeah, I'm already
Before
doing
the
that, and
dash.
I'm renaming when I'm waiting for people. So
Okay, and that's what I'm doing too. So we're almost done. I just thought maybe there was a misunderstanding there. Thank you, Judy. Okay, few more dash removals and we'll be in good shape here. Who knew, right? Okay. Rename. We just want to be really careful, make sure that we only have members in today. And does Stan have the -2 after his name? Yes. Okay, so we have that one's done. And so we should have 4 people with -2 after their name.
Did you want Marisa to have the -2?
What's that?
After
What's
we-
that?
Didn't you want Marisa to have the -2 after we just?
Well, we
talked
don't
about
know
it?
that. We don't know that.
Oh, for 100%. Okay, got it.
It's on its way.
Okay, yeah. We're okay. When we know, we will let you know. All right, so I'm just checking everything. It's looking good. Nicholas, can you unmute and talk to me for a minute?
Yeah, yep. Hey.
Okay, do you know how to handle the chat on and off on the security settings?
I haven't done that before, but I can make an attempt. Yes.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go over the ground rules for tonight because we want everybody to we really want to keep chat to a minimum. And
Yeah.
we may need people to chat with us. So I am changing the setting that people can only chat with the hosts and co-hosts. If I can, that may not be, we may not have set that up in the master settings. I could go in and do that real quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Uh,
that's
it-
It was a setting you could do in a meeting. I think that's only a webinar setting.
No, it's not.
No,
It's just that it's
All right,
not in the
it might be
master
set up.
settings.
But- FYI, Guy put in the chat, Nicholas has an extra space after the hyphen. FYI.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay. Well, he's a host, so it isn't as pertinent, but can you change that in the settings, Susan, by any chance?
Probably.
It's in the master settings. You have to go in and.
Yeah, I'll go look for it and then on a different laptop. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Gaithia, do you have another question?
I just wanted to make sure Sherry Malloy had asked me if I would take her proxy, but I don't know if that went through with you and I was just checking.
Oh,
Sounds like she made the rounds.
yeah, so Marisa is planning on doing that because Marisa's been working with her to get it in, so.
Oh, okay, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. We
No
do,
problem.
Yeah,
Amy, we do have it now. It's handwritten and signed and is quite valid.
okay, so Marisa, we will put a 2 after your name. And you've been in touch with her, so thank you also, Gaithia, for being willing to do that. And let's see, I think even though we're a few minutes late, we're going to get started here soon. Let's make sure Marisa has the 2 after her name, and then we'll cover. I'll go ahead and do that right now. I'll rename Marisa. And so this is how we're doing it. -2. All right. So the way I see it, we have 5 proxies. And I have checked with each of those people and each of the proxy holders, and they have been given permission to vote for their proxy holders the way they see fit. So to the people who are counting, the votes when we get to that later, we will add 5 people on. And as far as I know, if there is nobody who is sharing a computer, our usual computer sharers, Stan and Beth, are on separate computers tonight. So is anybody else sharing a computer? If you are, would you raise your hand? Your virtual hand? And okay, and while you're raising your virtual hand, if everybody would go and just raise your virtual hand right now to practice and make sure that you can do that, because that's going to be crucial for tonight. Let's just make sure everybody can raise their virtual hand all the way down.
While people are raising their hand, the default setting for the chat, that in the settings, it's just setting what the default is, which is everyone. If you make my Susan laptop a co-host, I will find the setting of where that is. I think it's already turned on. So
okay,
don't make my regular Susan, the Susan laptop, make that one the co-host.
Susan laptop, make that the co-host.
Yeah, because the other one's
Done.
the one that's marked with the C. Okay.
Okay. All right, very good. So just to check in, and Janet, if you look at the bottom of the participants list, do you see the running total there?
Yep.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
38, so 38 right now.
okay, very good.
But I guess we need to make sure that the 5 people who have 2 votes are in, which one they're in.
Yeah, so yeah,
So the 38 plus the 5, so we actually have 43.
yeah, well, yeah,
If they all raise their hand.
if they've all voted. So we'll have to
Yeah.
look we'll have to look through the list and make sure that everybody that has a -2 after their name has voted, has raised their hand when we come to the votes. Okay,
Okay.
very good. And Susan she has 2 computers in this, she will only be voting with one,
Right,
so.
only the one with a C would vote. So can I give a 2-second lesson to Nicholas? Because it's actually on.
Okay, yes. go
Nicholas,
ahead.
Nicholas, Do you have the
Yes.
chat meeting chat box open already?
Yeah, yep,
Okay, so at the very bottom where you see all those icons, you see the 3 dots.
yep.
That's where you can change who's participating with the chat. So Amy, you want it right now to host and co-hosts, and that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
Okay.
gonna change. Okay, so it just changed. Perfect.
I
Okay,
just did it,
done.
yeah. Yep, that's all I
Perfect,
did.
thank you.
Yeah, easy enough. Yep.
And since I don't think there's any reason to really chat with anybody else. So we'll just leave it at that. I guess that's the only thing we really need right now. All right, so I'm going to bring up the slides and so now if you chat, it's just going to come to the co-host and host. So there's really not much to chat about unless you're having any trouble, I would say. So let me bring up the slideshow.
Amy,
Right.
I'm afraid that I cannot be here very long. So I don't know if anybody it would be willing to serve as a proxy for me. I'm in precinct 636 is the
It
last
doesn't really
minute
matter
kind of
what
thing.
precinct you're in, Lynn, but
Okay.
you'd have to send the form in to Janet and we are really bumping up against.
Late. Okay, go ahead. That's fine. No problem.
But Lynette said she'd be willing to if you want. Is that what you're saying, Lynette?
Lynette, that would be great. Thank you. Because I'm only here.
Send it to Janet and then send it to Lynette. Next time,
Yeah,
guys,
Lynette, thank you.
we're
I'll
not
go
going to
with.
do
That's
this
fine.
at the last minute, just so you know. This is a
Yeah,
really
no,
important
it's
meeting.
just
and
come up.
It takes
Thank
enough
you.
logistics just to keep things going. So,
It's
all
fine.
right. Very good. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we're going to get started. Jesus. So tonight's program, there we go. Okay, you should be able to see my program, my screen. And Judy, you've handled getting everybody in here really well. Thank you so much.
Glad to help. It's nice to know when I know a lot of these people's names. It makes it a bit faster.
Okay, so Guy, you asked earlier, is there any sound? Guy, if you are having trouble hearing us, please raise your hand right now. And so we know we could deal with that. Okay. All right. I assume that that's from you. All right. Very good. So we're going to move on. We're going to begin the meeting. We have no speakers. This is the general order of business. It's not the specific one but you had access to that today. So really, we're not doing reports from officers, and we're also not doing reports from most of the team leaders tonight because the ballot measures meeting always takes a while, even takes a while just to get people in. So we're just gonna march ahead. So our quorum count would be, just so you know, we have 56 people minus one because Susan has 2 computers in here. That's 55. And we have 5 proxies. So that is 60. That makes quorum. Just so everybody knows, we have Steve Fenberg holding Judy Amabile's proxy, Ashley Stoltzman holding Marta Lochamin's proxy, Mark Flett holding Lisa Lesniak's, Stan Gelb holding Karen McCormick's, and Marisa holding Sherry's. And there's a possibility that this, and when we know, we'll add that to the mix, but that Lynn McNamara will have Lynette McLean hold hers. So, all right, but we're not counting that until we know it's actually, until the secretary tells us that is actually happening. I've put announcements in at the beginning and the end because we are not having most of the team reports. There are 2 teams that do need to report tonight because they need to, and we'll talk about that when we get to those. But I wanted to let you know about, these were the things that the other team leaders asked me to announce. Caucus and Assembly Planning meeting Thursday, October 5th from 5 to 6:30. and contact caucus@bocodems.org if you want to join the team. We're just getting started, expanding to a large group of people to help with all of the elements of caucus and assembly. It's a lot of planning. So if you have any time at all and can help support that, please do. The next platform meeting is Monday, October 9th from 6:30 to 8 at HQ. And we also put a laptop in the middle of the table and make that available on Zoom. Mike always sends out something, but if you have any questions, oh, thank you. Thank you. Email platform at HQ at platform@bocodems.org. And there's still a couple of platform planks that we're going to be working on. All of this will be wrapped up by the end of the year. We'll be holding some platform forums to discuss it so that when we are at caucus, at assembly, we can, I think the right term is adopt. Joel will correct me if I'm using the wrong term. Adopt the newest version of the platform. The next EC meeting is October 11th, starting at 5:30 at headquarters in person. And I am putting this caveat in there, unless there's a major storm or public health guidance on COVID that would prohibit an in-person meeting. Okay. Any questions about those announcements? Okay, the only vice chair announcement I want to make, I think I announced this at the last meeting, is that Andrew has taken a leave of absence until after the election. It's just so you all know that. All right, reports from teams and committees. This next, I didn't go in and change that. So just so you know, where it says next, that's not true. Anyway, we're going to do a staffing summary. Here's the staffing summary for field. I'll let Tim speak to this, and Tim is going to report on additions to the field team and people who have left the field team. But Tim, do you want to go ahead and give this report real quick? Or
sure,
Bruce?
you can go ahead and go to the next slide for us.
Okay.
We just wanted to be real fast and get our precinct organizers appointed properly. So we'll just do that real fast and move on. But first, real quick, the resignations. We had Ann Rounds resigned for personal reasons. Candace Bowie resigned to make room for her new precinct organizer, Kim Kreites. I'm sorry, my screen isn't big enough, so I can't quite read it.
Ben Cowan.
Carlotto. Ben Cowan resigned because he's moving to a different precinct, and Bob Pulley resigned for personal reasons from being our AC. But it's good because Mark Foley is in the same area, so we're not losing coverage. So that's fortunate. And Ben, fortunately, the precinct he's moving to has a vacancy, so he's going to be the new precinct organizer there. So if we could appoint Kim Kreites Carlotto, Jeremy Reynolds to take Ben Cowan's place, and Ben Cowan to be in his new precinct in 911. If we have any
I'll take
objections,
it from here, Tim, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the motion is to accept these nominations. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by the secretary. Is
Yes.
there any discussion? Any discussion? All right. All those, if there's anybody who is opposed to appointing these three POs, please raise your hand now. If anybody is opposed. Or objects, actually, I should say this correctly. If anybody objects to appointing these three, please raise your hand now. Okay, we'll let the timer go for its 20 seconds that we give for voting. All right, seeing no objections, the these 3 members are appointed POs. All right, thank you, Tim.
Thanks,
Thank
Amy,
you,
and
Amy.
quick congratulations to Ben Cowan. He's moving because he's moving in with his fiance. So congratulations, Ben.
Yeah, that's such good news. All right, yes, Janet?
We did get the proxy for Lynn McNamara, so when she's ready to leave, we do have it here.
Okay, Lynn, let us know when you have to leave. Otherwise, we're just going to count you as 1 vote until then. And after that, we'll let Lynette become a voter for you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Lynette.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to the bylaws team report. Bylaws is suggesting changes to both the main bylaws document and the organizational chart that are being introduced this month. I'm going to scan through them quickly, though you are encouraged to read them in detail before the August 11th EC meeting when the proposed changes will be voted on. But because we have to introduce them in one meeting and then vote on them in the next one, that's how we're doing it. So I thought I had that here. Let me see. I'm going to have to locate those documents. Hold on 1 second.
Are we to assume that the chair of the party is giving the bylaws report?
No, you can. I'm just going to pull up the document for you, Britta. I just have to get to the document. So give me 1 second, okay?
Well, why don't I just start? Will that be okay?
Okay, you start and I'll pull up the document. Yeah.
Okay, so the document that Amy is pulling up was sent along with the official call. It is mainly proposed changes are mainly about housekeeping issues, and we hope there's nothing controversial. Briefly, the first one is currently our bylaws specify that all registered Democrats are members of the Boulder County Democratic Party. We would like to add all pre-registered Democrats. That's all of the 16 and 17-year-olds. We hope there will be thousands of them who join us and when they become registered, even though pre-registered, even though they can't vote, they will be listed as members of the Boulder County Democratic Party, assuming that that amendment passes. State party rules require that a vacancy committee will fill a vacancy in the office of the chair should one arise. We haven't done that in over 20 years. However, we are required to follow state party rules, and at reorg last spring or winter, we voted that we would have a vacancy. So we have added those proposed changes both to the main document and to the table, the membership table, which was also sent out with the call. The next 3 proposed changes were all suggested by Carol Teal, just to make the bylaws conform with what actually happens within the party. She wants to eliminate the whole Champions of Democracy team. She pointed out that we don't actually do a financial audit, and so we want to change the term to internal review. And she suggested that we should delete the list of specific fundraising activities from the fundraising teams section. State party rules require that we don't use gendered pronouns, so we want to replace the words his or her with non-gendered alternatives. Then we come to the platform group, which has been variously described as a committee or a team, but in fact, they're all the same people. So we've eliminated the notion of the platform committee and replaced it with the word team. You may remember in the old bylaws, we started with a membership table that went on for several pages. A lot of people found that ugly and confusing. Ben Cowan did a massive job taking all of the things that were in the table, incorporating them into the body of the bylaws. And he also made a very beautiful looking Excel file that has the same information. That we accepted that earlier this year. But following up on that, we're now proposing that we put the membership table into an appendix. We've proposed to cite the web address of the table, and also to specify that we need to keep the table up to date, but if there is a discrepancy between the table and the body of the bylaws prevails. And that's it for this time. If anybody has any comments or questions or alternate proposals, would you please email bylaws@bocodems.org. And that's the bylaws team report.
Any questions for anybody? If so, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you. And here's the appendix. I was a little behind on what you did, Britta, but it's all in here. We suggest that you review it in depth before the next meeting. Okay, any questions? Any questions? All right, I'm going to stop sharing that. You can review the table yourself, but we'll include the links to both these documents with the next call, which will be going out Sunday because we'll be having a meeting in a couple weeks. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to reshare the document, the main document. Let's see. I have a lot going on my desktop, as you can all imagine. 1 second, please. All right. Share screen. PowerPoint. Okay. So that was that. Thank you, Britta. Unfinished business and general orders, none. Team leads, just a reminder, we have no team leads for volunteers. OIT team, field team would love to have, they can have up to 4. They're the only team that can have 4. So, but they would love to have 1 to 2 more. Oops, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. And then I just wanted to note that membership on all teams, whether people want to be a team lead or just a member of a team, is always open. You also could use an assistant secretary. It's always good to have somebody training up for that position and available in case the secretary can't make it. All right, so now we're down to new business, which is really the main part of this meeting. I want to first thank the ballot measures committee members and forum helpers, Britta, Carol, Paul, Janet, Tim, Susan, and Judy. So thank you all very much for helping me put all of this together for last week's forum and tonight's meeting. We'll go through ballot measures in order of the Boulder County sample ballot as follows. We'll do the statewide, the 2 from statewide, the 2 county, the 3 city of Boulder measures, 2 town of Erie measures, 3 city of Longmont measures, a measure from Louisville, a measure from town of Superior, and the Netherland EcoPass Public Improvement District. Now I want to just right here note that we are not covering the the fire district, because the fire district isn't really in Boulder County. It is that area that crosses over 36 that's in Broomfield. We have a little gerrymander there in the map that it's the same reason that HD 12 in actuality is a multi-county district because it does, that same gerrymander happens in HD 12, but there are no people who live there. There is one precinct called 001, I think it's called 001, that's there, but it's under the highway and it doesn't have any residents. So, okay, so what we're not doing, Susie, is we're not using the chat. Oh, I see, okay, I got you. You're sending that to us. Okay, so I'll address that in a minute. But so anyway, so we're not going to cover that fire district because it has no residents in Boulder County. I'm going to review the bylaws and voting process for the ballot measures, which is in detail on the next slides. And before I move on, is there any other new business tonight? Any other new business? Judy, there's still people coming into the waiting room. If you could,
I will.
John, I admitted Dan Williams to it because I know he's a member of the EC. Okay, moving on to the next slide then. So I want to review this process really carefully with you. For some people, this will seem like a foreign country. I know the first time I attended this meeting, it did to me. It seemed like another language. But in our bylaws, this is taken right from the bylaws. We have a bylaw. This bylaw section that guides us in this process. And everything that's highlighted, I will read for every ballot measure if we go through to the second vote. We do a 2-vote process, and we do that to be sure that we as a party want to take a position on a ballot item. And if we do want to take a position, then the question is, what position do we want to take? So I'm going to read through all this and then I'll answer any questions that you have. So this is from section 2.3.C or point D. So starting with D, may take a position on ballot questions. Ballot measures to be considered at a BCDP executive committee meeting must be included in the call preceding the meeting. 2 votes shall be taken on each ballot measure. So that was included. That was that same document that we used as an information document, but all of the ballot measures were there, plus a lot more. The first vote will consider establishing a position on the measure. The motion shall be, shall we take a position on this measure? If the motion fails to get a simple majority, then BCDP shall publish that it takes no position on this measure. If the motion passes with a simple majority, then a second vote shall be taken. And so where this information gets published is in our voter guide, just so you know, that is the publishing of this information. Number 2, the following is required to be read verbatim to the executive committee prior to each vote on supporting or opposing a ballot measure. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes of a formal vote. 1, a supermajority for passing the motion results in a position of support for the motion. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure. Questions? I'm going to give you some time to think about this, but we are going to go over it a little bit more in the next slide as well. So, but any questions so far? Okay, so I'm going to go to the next slide. If you have any questions, there will be another opportunity. So here's the order of things, and I suggest that you take a picture of this so that you know how we'll move through each and every ballot measure. The ballot measure will be read through. We'll talk about, in each ballot measure, I marked what a yes vote means and what a no vote means, because sometimes that can be confusing. And I did take the language. I hope I didn't make any mistakes on the slides, but a yes is a yes and a no is a no. But sometimes that can, not be that way, but pretty clear this way. So shall we take a position on the measure is the first question. Then we'll have deliberation or debate. I will ask for people to speak on the proponent side, and then I'll take a list of those names. Then I'll ask for people to speak on the opponent side, and I'll take a list of names. Each person can speak for 2 minutes. We'll start with the proponent side, and we'll go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like that. So again, when we deliberate the first time, number 4 here, we are actually deliberating on, shall we take a position on this measure? We're not deliberating on what the position should be. So we just want to be really clear about that when we start deliberating. Then we'll take a vote. It has to be more than half. More than half. That's a majority vote. Then we'll move to number 6. If it passes with the majority vote, we will, with a vote greater than 50%, we will read through part 2, which I just read to you. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing. That requires a supermajority or 2/3 of a vote to pass. Then we'll deliberate. Again, we'll do deliberation or debate. I guess that's interchangeable. Each person may speak for 2 minutes per side, going back and forth from proponent to opponent. Again, in the second vote, we will be deliberating on what position to take. Okay. Then we'll do, then on the second part of it, a straw poll is possible. If a member requests a straw poll, then I'll ask people to raise their hands for the proponent side, and then everybody can look on your screen, make sure that I can even quit sharing, make sure that you see everybody. We'll scan through and see who is a yes vote, and then we'll scan through and see who is a no vote. Then we'll move to a formal debate. There won't be more deliberation after that. Questions? Anybody have questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to move on. So making the meeting work for everyone, be courteous. We are here to debate issues, not each other. No ad hominem statements allowed in deliberation. Chat, I have already set up the chat to just come to us. You can, as far as, I think there are some questions that have come into the host, and I'll address those in a minute, just so you all know. I have disabled the chat to the extent that you can only send chat to the hosts and co-hosts. That's myself, the people helping like Tim, and the officers. So a timer will be used for deliberation, 2 minutes, and voting 20 seconds, subject to change if a tech issue arises. Voting will be conducted by raising your virtual hand. We already know that there will be 5 people voting proxies, and at some point in the meeting that could go up to 6. And that's already been accounted for by the secretary. A voting method. Okay, we have no people sharing a computer. We've already asked that, unless somebody has arrived since I asked that last. Is anybody sharing a computer? Okay. There's somebody in the waiting room. All right, so multiple people will be double checking the votes and doing the math for the votes. Please be patient as we work through each vote. The math for the 2/3 vote will be calculated by taking the entire number of members, including proxies, that have submitted yes or no votes. This equals the total votes voted. The side of the matter which receives the most votes for or against will be divided by the total votes voted. If the end result is greater than 66.667 for either side, then 2/3 will have been achieved. Any questions about that? Okay, so Guy, if you just send it, I think you can just send messages to they're all coming into me directly, but you can just send them to, let me see how it works. Okay, so if I can send to everyone. I don't know. I don't think that sending got sent. So that means you would be sending it to let me see.
Yeah, I'm
Is
not
this-
receiving.
Yeah. Why don't you send them to Nicholas and Nick? Well, gosh, see, there should be a setting, Susan, that allows it to come into hosts and co-hosts. That's in the main settings. And I guess that didn't get reset. So everything's coming into me, which is going to be a little hard for me to manage.
That's how it's set. If you look, it says that they can chat with host and co-host.
Okay, if
This
you
might
can,
be a
okay, if you
meeting
can-
thing. I think it's a meeting thing that you almost can pick one. We've had this problem before.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I will
yeah,
look into
doesn't
it,
know-
but I think it just picks you, meaning they can direct message the host and co-host. I don't know if they
Yeah,
can do them as a group.
yeah.
So
It's
we've had
just-
this problem
it's
several
just-
times before.
Okay. Okay. Well, if it's coming into me, then I'll just have to stop and read these things. So anyway, okay, Lynn has left. So right now, Lynette is we'll make Lynette, can you rename Lynette? There are now 6 proxy holders. So that's fine. That's already been approved. If you are speaking on a proponent or opponent side, you can say what you want about the ballot measure. No, I think it's better if they come to me because I don't know if Nicholas knows all the answers to these questions. So Guy, I'm just going to have everybody send them to me. Send your messages to me. Try not to send very many because it will slow us down. But anyway, if you have something to say on a proponent or opponent side, you can say what you want about the ballot measure. If you're speaking for yourself, fine. If you're speaking for somebody who contacted you because they have an opinion, you can share that. But again, we're talking about the issues, not the people. So, all right, I hope that covers everything. Britta, you have a question.
So the description is that you have to have more than 66.66 whatever. And I believe that the actual definition is 2/3, not more than. As a simple majority is more than 50%, but I believe a super majority, the 2/3 majority called for is at least 2/3. So
So
if
Joel,
we
can you tell us what that exact percentage would be? Can you help us with that?
So 2/3 is 2/3. It's just a simple division. The fact is that we'll never end up with 66 point whatever because we don't have fractional votes. We only cast whole votes. So any 2/3 vote will be above that threshold.
Okay, but if it's close, how do we know? You know, so you're saying the percentage will never be that. It will always be.
It'll be either below or above that. If it's above that, it's a 2/3 vote. If it's below that, it's not.
Or if it is 2/3 precisely, then that's a win. If there were 6 people voting and 4 of them said, I vote for a particular way, that's 2/3.
You're right, Britta. That's the perfect example. That is correct. So you're right. So if it's exactly 2/3 or more, then it is a win. Then that is 2/3. Okay. I think we've got that figured out. Sorry, I can only do math one way. I'm not really that great at it. you can talk to my math teacher in middle school about that. I don't know what happened, but something went wrong. So now we know if it's like 4/6 or 2/3, then that's a win. Okay. Anything else about that for anybody? Okay. Well, I already have number crunchers, but thank you, Guy, for the offer to crunch numbers. Okay, I'm moving on to the next slide if there's no more questions, and we'll get started. Yay. All right, so we're going to do the statewide ballot measures first. Our understanding is that we either vote or go along with the Colorado Democratic Party's Central Committee vote for the statewide ballot measures or take no position. We need to find out where this exists in the statewide rules, but we're going to go ahead and just treat this one like anything else. And HH and II. So I'm going to first, this will be a good one to start with. We're going to work down from the statewide, as I mentioned, to, whatever's on the list in ballot order. So HH is the first one that we'll see on our ballots. Anything that's in brackets like this is something I added just to give you a little bit more information to help identify what the ballot measure is. So I'm going to go ahead and read through it to begin. Shall the state reduce property taxes for homes and businesses, including, and you know what, Tim, you don't need to spotlight me. Why don't you spotlight the slide deck and the timer? That's what's really important here. Thank you. So everybody can see this really well. All right, so Proposition HH, which is a property tax reduction and is taper related. Shall the state reduce property taxes for homes and businesses, including expanding property tax relief for seniors and backfill counties, water districts, fire districts, ambulance and hospital districts, and other local governments, and fund school districts by using a portion of the state surplus up to the Proposition HH cap as defined in this measure. And a yes vote means that you're voting for Proposition HH, and a no means that you're voting against it. So the question is, which, normally we'd have, the question is, shall we take a position on this measure? Okay, Joel? You should interrupt me if I don't see you, but did I make a mistake?
Well, a yes or a no vote, what we are considering is what you just read. The question is, shall we take a position? So.
But this is how it is on the ballot. So that's what this information is.
Okay, so there's different yes and no's then. So
is that confusing?
The yes and no that you're explaining is what a yes or a no vote does for the ballot measure on the ballot.
Correct. Thank you for bringing that up, Joel. Thank you for explaining that. So what I have put on the slide is what Joel just explained. A yes is for what it does on the ballot, or a no. All right. So now we're going to move into our process, which I can. Do you want me to share it with you again? Or I think I'm going to try not to have to do that. But instead of having a motion, we ask this question, which essentially is the motion. Shall we take a position on this measure? So if you answer yes, then you are saying we shall take a position on this measure. If you answer no, you are saying that we will not take a position on this measure. So I'm going to let Tim put, okay, so now we will move into deliberation on shall we take a position on this measure. Is there anybody that would like to speak on the pro side of this? And if so, please raise your hands. Joel, are you wanting to speak on the pro side, or do you have something else to say? Or did you just not lower your hand?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, I got you.
My bad.
All right, so I have for HH, I have Steve Fenberg who would like to speak on the for side of this. Anybody else who would like to speak on the for side?
I have a question.
Okay,
I heard somewhere else that because the state party has taken a position on this, if we do take a position, we are constrained. Can somebody speak to that?
yeah, I just kind of spoke to that. So we are unsure whether that's a rule or a tradition. But last year, we did go with what the state party said. My understanding of it is that either we go with what the state party voted, or we take no position. That's usually how that works, but we aren't sure if it's a state rule or a tradition, and Joel is going to look into it and let us know. But I will tell you that the state party voted yes to pass both HH and II, if that helps you at all. So now we're going to go ahead and move through everything else. I hope that helps.
I'm still not absolutely clear. Are we following the past tradition then, that we will either support what the state did or not take a position?
Well, I am for doing that. But what we don't know is whether we're compelled to do that or whether we can choose to do that. And Joel's going to look into that for us. It came up right before this meeting started. But I would encourage us to do that as a member of the state CC and as the chair of the party. So I can't give you 100% certain answer until we know more, but I think we should move ahead and have some formal debate and vote on this, but we might get back to you about that in some way. Are you all raising your hands because you want to be on the for side of this? I know Steve Hemberg raised his hands when I asked that. Guy, did you want to be on the for side of speaking about this? Guy. And Candace,
yes.
Okay, thank you. And Candace, are you raising your hand to also speak on the for side of this?
No, I just wanted to suggest that if in fact we vote not to support it and then find out that we can't do that, that becomes that middle ground. What is it? It's not for or against, it's no position.
Yeah, it's no position.
So I would suggest that if we end up that, because we don't know tonight for sure, but if we do that and we aren't allowed to do that, we then switch that to no position.
Joel, would you like to enter this conversation?
We may not have to cross all these bridges, so perhaps we could hear the positions and see if we do actually need to answer all these questions.
That's a suggestion.
Okay, so from a parliamentary perspective, our bylaws have a very clear procedure for dealing with the ballot measures that Amy went over at the beginning of the meeting. I looked at CDP rules. I did not find anything in the CDP rules regarding this particular issue about CDP, CC ballot measure positions relative to county party positions. So it's a little bit of a gray area right now. So my recommendation is we just proceed as normal. And if we come up with the same result as the CDP CC came up with, then there's no conflict. There's nothing to resolve. We're good to go. In the off chance that we have a different result, then we have to iron that wrinkle. But I think the odds are we'll end up in the same place.
I agree with Joel. And if we need to iron that wrinkle, we can actually address this at our next EC meeting as well. So I hope that that works for everybody. We really can't give you an affirmative answer right now. I'm going to have to approach the state party about this. But I am encouraging everybody to, let's just move ahead and see where we end up. And then if we need to readdress it, we'll readdress it in our October meeting, which is in 2 weeks, which is still plenty of time to address it. So. Okay, so Guy and Steve, I'm going to lower your hands. And well, before I lower your hands, I'm going to ask, is there anybody else who would like to speak on the affirmative or pro side of this? Going once, going twice. All right, I have 2 people. Is there anybody who would like to speak in the against side of this? Anybody who would like to speak against this in
This is
deliberation?
against voting on it, or this is against the actual measure? We have
This
2
is
votes.
against taking a position on this measure. Anybody want to speak against taking a position on the measure? Okay, then we can skip deliberation because there's nobody to deliberate with. So we'll go right into the vote. And then we'll talk about what position we want to take in the second vote if we get there. So Tim, can you give us a 20-second timer? And here's going to be the question. All those in favor of taking a position on this measure, vote yes now. And leave your hands up. We will put them down. So again, you have to vote with your virtual hand. And time has run out. So let's count how many people have voted yes. If you need to, the green check mark doesn't work. You need, and the clapping doesn't work. We need to have the hands because it totals the votes. So just do hands. So I'm going to give you a, okay, so now we just need to count and make sure that everybody who has their hand up also has a 2 after their name. So nobody put your hands down. I know once we get through this once, we'll be fine. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we get a 2? Did we get Lynette on here with the 2 after her name? Okay, so Lynette's hand is up. I'm going to change her name. All right, hold on a second. This is good. This is our dry run. All right, 6. So we have 56 votes. Anne and Janet, is that what you count? 50 plus 6.
Is 56.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so now you can, I'm going to lower your hands. You guys don't do it yourself. It'll just make it more confusing. I will take care of lowering the hands. So I'm going to lower all the hands right now. Okay, now we're going to take a no vote. So 56 for taking, for moving on to take a position on this. All right, so now everybody who is against taking a position on this measure, please raise your hand. Tim, can we have the timer, please? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I was looking at you, not the timer. I apologize. Okay. All right, so that's 1 no vote. Do you see anything else?
Amy, I don't see a no vote at all, Amy. Oh, is it in the chat?
No, somebody had their hand up. Celeste, did you mean to have a no vote?
Sure, I'm okay with just going with what the state did.
Okay, thank you. That isn't just really the option right now. Okay, but thank you. All right, we got you. All right, so now we are going to move on to part 2. I am going to read this to you. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll during a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes of a formal vote. 1, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. Do you have a clarification, Guy or Joel?
I have a point of order, just a suggestion.
Sure.
It seems that we've got a lot of measures to do. I'm wondering, and I would ask maybe unanimous consent that we not read that statement about the 2/3 vote every time, because I think people have heard it. I don't think it's necessary to read that every time we decide whether we're going to take a position for or against. But if someone objects to that, I'll
Unfortunately,
withdraw
that's
it.
out of order because a bylaw cannot be suspended unless it provides for its own
okay.
suspension.
Got it. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Joel.
And we've actually already
I
visited
withdraw.
that possibility, but thank you, Joel. And Joel.
And I've got a point of information to Celeste's comment. If we do not take a vote, a supermajority vote in order to support a ballot issue, then we do not default to the state's vote. We simply take no position. So we do actually have to vote in favor. And one more point of information, the state CDP Central Committee voted over 74% in favor of supporting HH and over 99% in favor of supporting II. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Celeste?
You could argue that the state should decide about state ballot measures and not the counties. So that's where I was going with that.
Thank you, Celeste. All right, we're going to move on. So I'm going to put your hands down and then, okay, thank you. Thank you for doing that. All right, so what we're going to do now is take deliberation on the pro or for side for HH. So is there anybody who would like to make comments on that? Okay, so we have Steve Bemberg. Anybody else who would like to speak on the pro side of this? Kitty Sargent and Mike Altenburn. Okay, anybody else? Jonathan Siegel. Jonathan Singer. I know somebody named Jonathan Siegel. Okay. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Okay. I am going to lower your hands. And now, is there anybody who would like to speak against or in opposition to the ballot measure? Anybody who would like to speak in opposition to the ballot measure? Going once, twice. All right, seeing none, we're going to move straight into voting. So all those in favor of taking the position of voting for HH, please raise your hands now. Okay, I see 49 hands up plus 6 proxies. That would be 55. Ann and Janet.
Agreed.
Second.
I got the same.
Okay, all right. I will lower all the hands. And now we will take a vote for anybody who would like to vote against HH. So this is a vote against HH. Please raise your hands now. All right, the timer has run out. I see one against. Anybody see anything else that I don't?
Nope.
That's what I see.
Thank you. Okay, so the vote was 55 for, 1 against. This
98%.
passes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so that passes. All right, we'll move on to II. Okay, Proposition II. It's statutory, it's a nicotine tax and an investment in statewide preschool program. Without raising taxes, may the state retain and spend revenues from taxes on cigarettes, tobacco, and other nicotine products and maintain tax rates on cigarettes, tobacco, and other nicotine products and use these revenues to invest $23,650,000 to enhance the voluntary Colorado preschool program and make it widely available for free instead of reducing these tax rates and refunding revenues to cigarette wholesalers, tobacco product distributors, nicotine products distributors, and other taxpayers for exceeding an estimate included in the ballot information booklet for Proposition EE. And again, the yes and no are specifically related to what you would vote on the ballot here. But our first question is, shall we take a position on this measure? Who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Please raise your hand. Okay, David. Mike Altenburn. Mike Altenburn. Susie Carrigal. Okay, anybody else going once? Going twice? All right, I am lowering your hands and then I'll ask for. Now, who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Please raise your hands. Please raise your hands to take a position against, to not take a position on this measure. Sorry, I may have stated that wrong. Anybody who wants to speak on not taking a position on this measure? All right, going once, going twice, seeing none, we will move on to the second question. We will move on to taking a vote. And the first vote is for, shall we take a position on this measure? Please raise your hand if you're in favor of taking a position on this measure. The timer moved off the screen. There it is, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, the timer is ended. I see 53 votes and they all have 2. All the 2s are included, so that would be 53 plus 6, 59 in favor of taking a position. And you guys don't lower your hands because I still have to ask Anne and Janet if they see the same thing I see.
Yeah, I'm gonna count the
I
twos
will
one more-
lower the hands, okay? Thank you. Anne and Janet?
Yes.
Okay. Anne, were you a yes too?
Yes, yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will lower the hands. Okay. Now we will move on to taking a vote of, shall we take a position on this measure? If you are against taking a position on this measure, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you are against taking a position on this measure. Okay. All right, time has expired. There is one vote against taking a position on this measure. So we will move on to the second vote. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are three possible outcomes of a formal vote. One, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. Two, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. Three, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. All right, so who would like to speak in support of taking a position of yes on this measure, of voting affirmatively for this measure?
Amy, may I be recognized?
Yes, Guy.
I think for this and all of them except for the safe zones, you might actually start by asking for opposition. And if there's no opposition, we can move directly to the vote.
I'm not going to do that because that isn't what the bylaws say I have to do.
In that case, I call the question.
All right, then we'll move into voting.
No, if the question's been called, you have to vote on whether people want to end the discussion.
Oh, you're right.
Takes a 2/3 vote to end debate or discussion.
So we will move.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to go back to recognizing people who had their hands up, and I didn't capture everybody, but I think this is what I will do to speed this along is I will limit it to 3 people on each side. Okay, so if it's okay with you, I'm going to go with those who left their hands up for this one. Kitty, Jonathan, and Mike Altenburn. All right, I will lower your hands. And now I will ask for people who would like to speak on opposing this measure. Anybody who would like to oppose this measure? Anybody who would like to oppose this measure? Okay, we're going to move into voting. We'll skip having the deliberation since there's nobody who wants to speak against it. All those in favor of supporting this measure, please vote now. Okay, 8, 7. For those who can't see it, the timer moved to the second screen. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, leave your hands up. I see 51 votes, all of whom are the proxy, include the proxy holders. So that would be 51 plus 6 is 57. For Janet and Ann.
Yes.
Okay, Ann. And if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
No, that's right. I'm just looking for my 2s here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can scroll down to the bottom and see that there aren't 2s, actually, is probably the faster way.
Oh, good idea. Yep. So we have 5.
Yeah.
2. Yeah.
I had 57. Some people have lowered their hands, but I will. Were you in agreement with that, Ann?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, now we are going to take votes for anybody who is opposed to supporting this measure. So go ahead and begin voting. Anybody opposed to supporting this measure? Okay, seeing no votes, this measure passes with 100% support with 57 votes yes, 0 votes no. All right, we'll move on to the next one. That wasn't too bad. We're getting faster. So thank you all for moving through this with us. All right, let me move my screen things around. All right, we're moving on to the next one, which will be the first countywide ballot measure. Countywide ballot measures. Boulder County ballot issue 1A, open space sales and use tax extension and revenue change with no increase in any county tax. Shall the county's existing 0.05% open space sales and use tax be extended for 15 years for the purposes of acquiring, improving, managing, and maintaining open space lands and other open space property interests, and shall the revenues and the earnings on the investment of the proceeds of such tax constitute a voter-approved revenue change, all in accordance with Board of County Commissioners Resolution number 2023-068. So again, the yes and no are how it will appear on your ballot. And our first question is, shall we take a position on this measure? Who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Please raise your hand. Ashley? Anybody else like to speak in favor of taking a position? David? And Mike Altenburn. Okay, those are the three. I'll go ahead and lower your hands. And now who would like to speak in opposition to taking a position on this measure? Anybody who would like to speak in opposition to taking a position on this measure? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Okay, so we will cancel the deliberation and move right into the voting. So all those in favor of taking a position on this measure, please raise your hands now. Okay. All right, find my timer. 2, 1. Okay, time has expired, so leave your hands up. We have 47 plus 5 in this case because, no. Yeah, 47 plus 5. Oops, that changed. 48 plus 6 is 54. Okay, so we have 54 in favor of taking a position on this. And I will lower your hands. Oh, wait a second. Anne and Janet?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move into the question of, we're going to vote on anybody who would, sorry, I have to get this in front of me, who is opposed to Boulder County ballot issue 1A. Anybody who's opposed, please vote no, or please raise your hand now. If you're opposed to Boulder County ballot issue 1A, raise your hand now. Okay. Okay, time has expired. I see 2 no votes. Anne and Janet?
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. So the tally is 54 in favor of taking a position on this and 2 against. We will now move into part 2 of our voting. Just 1 second while I read the magic statement. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes of a formal vote. 1, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the ballot measure. 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the ballot measure. So I would like to ask for people who would like to speak for supporting this ballot measure. So some people who would like to speak for supporting this ballot measure, that's Ashley. Okay.
Are we on 1A or 1B right now? Because the slide's on 1B.
Oh. I must have clicked it ahead. Sorry. Let me get back to where it should be, which is 1A. Sorry. Okay. Countywide ballot measures. Okay, there it is. All right, so you will be speaking in favor of the open space sales and use tax, Ashley and David. Okay, thank you for seeing that. I don't know how I did that. And Mike Altenburn. Okay, those are the three people. Thank you very much. You can put your hands down, or I can do it. I'll do it. Okay, now anybody who would like to speak against the open space sales and use tax extension, please raise your hand now. Anybody who would like to speak against the sales and use tax extension? Anybody who would like to speak against 1A, the sales and use tax extension? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to voting. So anybody in favor of voting for the open space sales and use tax extension and revenue change, please vote now. You're voting. This vote is for the open space sales and use tax extension. Taking a position on that. Okay, time is up. So I see 48 votes and all of them are proxy holders, so that would make that 54.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I will lower hands and we will move to the other position. So this vote is for being against taking the position of extending the open use sales and use open space sales and use tax. Please vote now. All right, we are done. The final vote is 54 for and 2 against, which is over the 2/3 threshold. So we will be taking a position for this ballot measure. Okay, I will lower hands and we will move to the next issue. I need to move. You all can still see the screen just fine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. So the next ballot issue, countywide ballot issue, is Boulder County ballot issue 1B, affordable and attainable sales and use tax extension and revenue change. With no increase in county tax, shall the county's existing 0.185% sales and use tax approved in 2018 pursuant to resolution number 2018-76 be extended for 15 years for the purposes of funding affordable and attainable housing and related support services within Boulder County, including but not limited to the costs of development, operation, acquisition, preservation, renovation, maintenance, and construction of for sale and rental homes for low and moderate income households and local workforce, supportive housing, services that support housing stability, grants to housing authorities, nonprofit affordable housing providers, and local municipalities, and shall the revenues and the earnings on the investment of the proceeds of such tax constitute a voter-approved revenue change, all in accordance with Board of County Commissioners Resolution number 2023-070. So I'm going to just go let my dog out because he'll scratch until I do. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Shall we take a position on this measure? So who would like to speak on the foresight of taking a position on this measure? Mike Altenburn, Ashley? Anybody else? Claire? Okay. Okay, all right, so.
I don't, this is Claire. I didn't know Ashley was raising her hand. I don't need to speak also.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you can go ahead and lower your hand then, thank you. Anybody else want to speak in favor of this, of taking a position on this measure? Anybody else want to? Okay, Kathy. Kathy P. All right, we have our 3 for the foresight. And is there somebody who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we will move right to vote. So the question is, shall we take a position on this measure? Raise your hand if you vote yes to take a position on this measure. Okay, the time has expired. Leave your hands up. I see 46 and we're only adding 4 proxies on this time, so that would be 50.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. All right, I'll lower hands. Oh, oops, I clicked the wrong thing. All right. We will move into part 2. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Oh, sorry. I have to take no votes on that. I apologize. So let me go back and ask for no votes. Shall we take a position on this measure? If you're against taking a position on this measure, please raise your hand now. If you're against taking a position on this measure, please raise your hand now. If you're against, please raise your hand. Okay. See, the timer has expired. There are 0 votes against. So we have 54 and 0 against. We will move on to the second part of this measure of our voting process. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes of a formal vote. 1, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. Okay, I'd like to see if there's anybody who would like to speak in favor of this ballot measure of 1B, affordable and attainable, supporting an affordable and attainable sales and use tax. I see Kitty, Mike Altenburn, and Ashley. Those are the first three, so. All right, I will lower hands now. And is there anybody who would like to speak against affordable and attainable sales and use tax extension? Anybody who would like to speak against? Anybody who would like to speak against? Okay, seeing nobody who would like to speak against, we will move directly into voting. So all those in favor of extending the 1B tax, please vote now. Okay. And we're moved to the next page. All right, we still have a few seconds. All right, the timer has expired. I see 49 and none. Okay, so 49 plus 6 proxies. I see 55 for votes.
Agreed.
Agreed.
All right. Now we'll take
Now we-
the sorry,
It went up to 50 for a second, but it's back down to 49. So I think we're good.
Yeah, okay, all right. So I'm going to clear the feedback and now we will take the no votes. So if you are against the 1B affordable and attainable sales and use tax extension, please raise your hand now. Raise your hand if you are against ballot measure 1B. Okay, the timer has expired and I see no votes. Ann and Janet? I see zero
That's what I
votes.
see. Same thing.
Agreed.
Jonathan's in the waiting room.
What's that? Oh, okay.
Jonathan Singer is in the waiting room.
Okay, got him in. Thank you. So the total vote count was 55 for and 0 against. So this passed. We will be taking a position on this. Thank you. And I think we'll do one more and then we'll take like a 3-minute break in case anybody needs a bio break or to get a drink or something. So we'll move on to the next one.
Amy?
Yes.
You said 55. I got
55 and 0.
Well, I had 49 plus 6 is 54.
Oh, you're right.
Wait, 49 plus 6 is 55.
That's right, it is. Okay, Janet, stupid. Okay.
You're right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I wouldn't go there, but okay.
All right. Thank you. We just had a blip. All right. We're going to do the 2A. Then we'll take about a 3-minute break in case anybody needs a break. So wait a second. Oh, yeah. 2A. Wait a second. What was the last one then? Just a second. I'm a little 2B. Okay. Oh, that was 1B. I just had it wrong on my sheet. Okay, so now we'll move on to 2A, which will be City of Boulder ballot measure. Okay, I have it right now on my sheet. City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, city sales and use tax extension. This is a Tabor situation. Without raising additional taxes, shall the existing 0.15 cent city sales tax and use tax for general fund purposes approved by the voters by ordinance 7300 be extended beyond the current expiration date of December 31st, 2024 until December 31st, 2044. With the revenue from such tax extension and all earnings thereon be used to fund services and projects as follows: 50% for fire and emergency response services, public safety services, human services, homelessness solutions and services, parks, and other general fund purposes. 50% for arts, culture, and heritage purposes, including direct and grant funding for arts and culture nonprofits, professional artists, arts education, venues and workspaces, public art, and multicultural programs. And in connection therewith, shall any earnings from the revenues from such tax extension constitute a voter-approved revenue change and an exception to the revenue and spending limits of Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution. And the way the city of Boulder measures are written will be on the ballot is a yes will be for the measure, and a no will be, actually the word on the ballot will say for the measure, against the measure, like that. So that's how it will be on the ballot. All right. So the question is, shall we take a position on this measure? And who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? All right. Oh, Mike. Okay. Thank you, Mike. All right. You can lower your hand, Mike. Or I will. All right. And who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Okay. Guy is one person. Pete Salas. Pete and Mike Hart. Okay, so we have our three, so we can really only go one for one. So we'll go with Mike and Guy, the first people to raise their hands. So we will move into.
Peter put up his hand second.
Yeah, but Mike.
It's Mike Altenburn, not Mike Hart.
Yeah, so we have Mike
Sorry.
Altenburn speaking in favor of and Guy speaking against, because we would just go with one and one. All right, so just want to be sure we have a 2-minute timer.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. So Mike Altenburn, you'll go first, and then Guy will reset the timer, and then I'll let you go. So Mike Altenburn.
Sure. So our platform speaks to both of these issues in multiple places, but I'll just share one. Very briefly, the adequate funding of government at all levels is critical to support our democracy, infrastructure, public education, preschool through high school and higher education, the judicial system, research, public health institutions, and more. We believe that all individuals and corporations must pay their fair share in taxes based upon the use of infrastructure, utilization of shared resources, and social programs. I know it doesn't specifically say the arts, but I believe it's implied when we say additional social programs. The Democratic Party has always been a party that supports the arts, and I believe that we need to do our fair share right here in Boulder.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
And point of information before you start the timer, it's my understanding under parliamentary procedure, I could cede part of my time to Peter Salas.
Joel?
Yeah, I don't think we have a rule that allows people to pass their time around. I mean, different bodies have different rules, so you see that in the Congress, in the House, but
I mean, yeah, you could give up your time and then I would move to Pete Salas because he was the next person on the list.
I'll do that.
Okay, so Pete, would you be willing to speak on the against side for this still? You'd have to unmute. Pete?
Yes, I would be willing to. I was doing something else. I've been multitasking here.
Okay.
Yes, I would be willing to speak against.
Okay, would you like to put on your camera before you speak?
If you don't want to look at me.
Up to you. Okay, so are we ready with the timer, Tim?
Ready?
Okay, so go ahead, Pete, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, here's the deal. I'm not necessarily opposed to these things. However, what I am opposed to is the county party taking positions on municipal issues. I don't live in Boulder. I don't live in Longmont. I live in Lafayette. And for us to take positions as a body and vote on things that we don't, in places where we don't live, I'm opposed to. I'll be voting no on all of these issues simply because I don't believe that the county party should be engaged in taking positions on municipal issues. Those are for those community voters to decide. And so I'm just philosophically opposed to having the party and the central committee take positions on municipal issues. So, and again, I will be voting no on all of these because it's not my prerogative. I won't be voting for them in those communities. I don't live there. So that's my position generally. I'm not opposed to some of these things. I suppose if I lived in the city of Boulder, I'd probably support it, but I don't. And I'm not going to vote for something that should be the purview of the residents of the city of Boulder or any of these other municipalities.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. All right. We'll move into the first question for voting, which is, shall we take a position on this measure? If you're for taking a position on this measure, please raise your hand now. Okay, the timer has expired. Leave your hands up. Okay, I see. Okay, stop voting. If you haven't voted, it's too late. I see 30 hands up that all are holding proxies as well. So that would be 36 yes votes for taking a position on this.
I see one who, Lynn does not have her hand up and she has a proxy. So 5.
Who's that? Oh, Lynette. Okay, you're right. I apologize.
Oh, sorry, Lynette.
That's
Yes,
good.
my bad.
35. That would be 35. 35 yeses. Does that, okay, don't lower your hands, guys, because then I can't deal with the vote that's changing. So let me lower the hands when we're voting. Okay, so there was 30 and 5, so that's 35. And Janet,
Yes.
did you see that as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to lower hands now. All right, so now we'll take a no vote for, and you'll do it by raising your hand, for the question, shall we take a position on this measure? You can begin voting now. So this is a no vote for, shall we take a position on this measure? Leave your hands up. Time has expired. Now let us count the votes. So I see 17 plus 1. So, okay, somebody just took their vote off. I don't know how to deal with that. So I'm going to count to 5. If you wanted your hand up, put it back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, after the vote ends, do not change your hands. Okay, so I see 16 plus 1, because there's a proxy holder who's voting this way. So I see 17 no votes.
Yep, that's what I see.
Okay, so now this is where we need to add them together and then see if it's 2/3, right? And I know
Well, no, this is a simple majority, right?
Simple
It's just
majority. My bad, my bad. You're right. So, yes, so we have a simple majority.
So I've noticed in mine that sometimes it will say, sounds like you're done talking, we're gonna lower your hand in 5 seconds or something like that. So that could be part of what's going on too.
Okay, I'm
Is
gonna
that-
always just say, I will lower the hands. So does that?
Well,
which
I
is-
think what happens is Zoom says, I'm going to lower your hand unless you tell me not to. So that could be part of the problem. That's what I'm seeing on mine sometimes.
Huh, well, I'm going to manually lower them. So that's what I do.
If you see that and you don't want to lower your hand, tell it no.
Oh, I see. You mean it pops up.
Yeah, there's a pop-up and it says, looks like you're done talking. We'll lower your hand in 5 seconds.
Okay, so if that's the case and you want to leave your hands up, then please do click if that does happen for you. And I haven't asked you to lower, I haven't told you I'm going to lower your hands now, then just do whatever you need to do to give it the proper feedback. All right, thank you. I'm going to clear this. So we have a majority voting for this. So we will move on to part 2. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes for a formal vote. 1, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. So the second vote is going to be for the City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, which is a city sales tax and use extension. So please vote now if you are in favor of City of Boulder
Debate.
ballot issue 2A.
Skip debate.
Oh, I did skip debate. Sorry, I'm lowering hands. My bad. I'm sorry. It's a lot to do. I'm clearing the feedback. All right. If there's somebody who would like to speak in favor of supporting City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, please raise your hand. I see Jonathan Singer, Mike Altenburn, and David Klein. Okay, Jonathan Singer, Mike Altenburn, and David Klein. Okay, very good. Thank you. I will lower your hands. Okay, is there anybody who would like to speak against taking a position, taking the position? Is anybody who, sorry, if there's anybody who would like to speak against the City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, taking the no position for that. Okay, Mike Hart, Joel Smith, and Guy Erickson. Okie dokie. I will lower your hands now. Tim, we need a 2-minute timer and you can just tell me when that's ready. And then we'll have Jonathan go first. Jonathan,
Ready.
if you want to share your screen, that would be great.
All right, I've got my camera on, but I don't have a screen to share here. Is that all right?
That's what I mean. Share you on the screen. You're
I'm
good.
sharing me. How about that? So,
Perfect.
all right. So, and thank you for confusing me with Jonathan Livingston Siegel earlier. That was amazing. I tried to be self-actualized, so that's super cool. No, so I don't live in the City of Boulder, and I wanted to bring you a perspective of why I think it's important, even though I don't live in the City of Boulder. I spend a significant majority of my tax dollars in Boulder. I participate in the arts as a patron of the arts. Boulder is actually one of the lowest funded communities for the arts through taxes in the nation. This tax doesn't bring us fully up to where I think we should be as a city and as a community. And we can't forget that supporting the arts actually supports education, supports healthcare, supports the things that Boulder voters and Boulder County voters hold incredibly valuable. So in addition to that, I know there was some concern that this would potentially take away money from other critical services in the city of Boulder. And the way that I look at it, the city actually has more tax dollars available for their general fund now than they did even a year ago. With the creation of this, the library district, they had nearly $9 million added to their budget. And last but not least, this is actually a great example in the art of compromise. The proponents of this arts measure went out, got the signatures, 4,000 signatures in less than a month to get this on the ballot. They could have asked for the full 100% of these tax dollars, and they split the difference with the city to avoid any sort of conflict of interest. So if you want to see more money, not only going to the arts, but supporting the basic services that go with that, let's be a yes vote as Boulder County Democrats to show our general support and also our support of compromise.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our first speaker against this will be Mike Hart. And so let's get you teed up, Mike. You want to share yourself. There you are. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and begin.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. My opposition to this issue is its structure, its form. I think there are two issues here. The first one should be a separate vote on the 50% for fire and emergency response services, et cetera, separated from the arts and culture. And the top one, the one on fire, emergency, et cetera, my big objection to that is the very tail end of that says, and other general fund purposes, which I see as a black hole. There's no real accountability here. And that's why I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And next will be Mike Altenburn, speaking on the for side. All right, whenever you're ready. Wait, hold on. Let's get the timer. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mike.
So just briefly, I think Pete kind of changed the nature of the debate, and it's not necessarily on the actual issue, but who's voting on the issue. And so I'd like to use an example of why I think the Boulder County Dems still need to weigh in on some of these issues. As a former teacher, I know that we're split between two school districts, St. Vrain and Boulder Valley. And if the Boulder Valley Education or Boulder Valley School Board puts something on the ballot that supports public education funding, then it's clear in our values, according to our platform, that we support funding education. And because we have the resources of the field team to touch every voter that's a likely Democratic voter or leaning Democratic voter, that's a big deal in passing something like that. So if we have an issue that includes funding for fire and emergency services and supports the arts and culture within the city of Boulder, that's something that as a Democrat, I believe in, and those things need to be supported. So even though I will not vote on these things, my value lies in supporting those kinds of services and the support of the arts in my community. Even as Jonathan pointed out, it's not directly my community, but I benefit from those because I too spend a lot of time in the city of Boulder, and my tax dollars are spent there as well in terms of sales tax dollars. And I think that's something that we can get behind.
Thank you, Mike. And now we'll move on to Joel Smith, speaking on the against side of this. Whenever you're ready, Joel, you can begin.
Yeah. I don't see the timer, but I'll go ahead. Just
it starts when you start.
Okay, thank you. There it is. Yeah, so I guess my question is the allocation here. And what this says is for each dollar that goes to fire, homelessness, human services, there should be $1 that goes to arts. Now, I think the arts budget for Boulder is about 1.5 million. I think the budget for the city is about $500 million. So it's a small share. I'm not opposed to raising that, but I just question are we really saying that the arts needs as much as all these other things? And all I can say is think of climate crisis. We have fires to deal with. Think of the homelessness crisis. Parks are important, human services. It just strikes me that yes, we support the arts, but I think we also support these other things. And to say all these other things are no more important as the arts, that just strikes me as being out of balance. And I recognize it's a compromise, but just because it's a compromise doesn't mean we have to support it. I don't think they got the numbers right. So that's why I'm opposed. Thanks.
Thanks, Joel. And now we'll move to David Klein. David. Oh, there you are. Do you want to share your screen? I put your video on, David.
Yeah, okay. So I voted against taking a position for the same reason that the guy who spoke against it. But if we're going to take a position, I certainly think we should take a position in favor of this. We could argue about the allocation, and in an ideal world, also perhaps we would vote separately on allocating money to fire and other services versus allocating money to art. But if we vote no, then we could lose all the money, right? Because the tax will expire. I think we might get one more bite at the apple, so we could conceivably say, all right, let's rewrite this darn thing and try again next year. But I'm more in favor of approving this one because it looks like a pretty good compromise to me. I think if I'm understanding this right, it actually would increase the current general fund budget by half of the returned funds, and increase the arts budget by the other half of the funds. So that's my position.
Thank you, David. And now we'll go to Guy speaking against.
Well, I'm kind of amazed and really pleased that two of the people voting in or speaking in favor had significant problems with this. So I don't think we should take a position in the first place because this is going to be controversial for the people who either didn't support the library district or think that the library district should take the money, like as Jonathan said, it's $9 million a year, and then that would count as the city of Boulder's contribution to it without actually raising our taxes. But the library district's going to raise our taxes. The city's going to keep that $9 million for general fund, and that's not good. And so I think we're going to run into another CU South situation where we're going to upset some people if we take a position in favor of this. Additionally, I've had some, my couple of experiences in depth with the city running arts are the public access TV station, Channel 54, which was $1.5 million worth of accumulated purchases was basically taken away from a 501c3 given to a close personal friend of the then mayor, who then did not actually provide public access to the equipment or the channel, and proceeded to get caught 3 separate times for embezzling money from the organization. And it was just ridiculous. The other time was when I complained about what clearly was a campaign sign for Crystal Gray. This is right before the election where she was elected. And it turned out she was fired, or she quit her job as head of open space for Adams County because she wasn't working, and the Channel 9 followed her around. So she got elected because of that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So we are on the second vote, and what you will be voting for is taking a position supporting. Go ahead, Britta.
Call for a straw vote.
Okay, calling for a straw poll.
Straw poll
So what
first.
we'll do is we'll do a straw poll, and when I announce it, if you are for it, you can raise your hands. Then I'll do I'll do a for and against, and then you might want to be ready to scroll through and look to see how people are voting, like as if you were turning around in a room and looking to see how people are voting. We're not going to really count this, but I'll leave the hands up for about 30 seconds so you can all look around and see how people voted. There's 2 pages of people. I suggest you go to the grid view in the upper left corner, however you
I believe that a straw poll includes the counting of the votes.
Well, it's really, you can look around in the room and see who voted how, right? If you were doing a straw poll in a room, you would look around.
You can't really do that in a Zoom meeting very easily.
That's why I'm suggesting you look to see how the hands are raised. And I'm going to let you have time to do that.
How do you propose?
All right, so what I'm going to do right now, Britta, is raise my hand and show you how it will work, okay?
And just a point of information for Britta. Typically, a straw poll is taken before debate is finished so that somebody can decide if they want to call the question. Once we're actually moving on to the actual vote, a straw poll only delays.
Okay, but the way that we have it in the rules is that it happens before the actual vote and after the
I do understand that it's not out of order. It's just, I was just letting her know this really isn't purpose.
Okay, but I'm just saying that if you want to make a change in that, then, we'd have to do that via the BLT committee, right? So, okay, so I am going to find my reactions right now. Can a few people just raise your hands? Ashley, do you have a question, or are you just demonstrating how
I
hands?
was demonstrating my hand raise so she could.
Okay, so just so everybody okay, this is good. Stop raising your hands. Now, everybody just take a look around, scan through the 2 pages. You can see who's voting for this. If they have a 2 after their name, they're also voting for their proxy.
So just to clarify, the 2 pages thing is if you go up, if you're on a PC, if you go up to the right and view, you have a side-by-side gallery option. If you click that, it'll show you a grid of people and you can see the hands raised. The other thing you can do is open the participants window by clicking the participants icon at the bottom, and the hands will be raised in that window. You can scroll up and down in there to see hands that are raised.
That's probably the best way. So why don't you all take a moment, leave your hands up, and let's all just practice this so we can be sure everybody can make the best use of the technology. So
And
everybody look around.
Joel, it doesn't necessarily show up if you look through the participants. It just tells you whether their camera and microphone are on.
Oh, Joel, it works for you because you're so maybe I'll just announce the straw poll results to the best of my ability.
It works for everybody.
It works for everybody.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can all see the hands raised in the participant list?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you can see if you look at the Hollywood Squares. So some of you probably don't have your Zoom up to date is what I'm guessing. But can you look through the Hollywood Squares view or scroll through the thumbnails? We'll give you a minute to do that instead of 30 seconds so you can see. We'll just leave hands up.
There is no Hollywood Squares view. If you look under the view option, it's side-by-side gallery.
Okay, there is for me, so that's interesting. Okay, I get it. We all have a different view.
Well, you have to stop sharing your screen if you want to have them to have the Hollywood Squares view.
All right, well, here's what I'll do.
Amy, it's super easy for people to look through the participant list, which is in the same area as where you would find responses. Just look at the participant list and you'll see this, just a simple list.
Kathy, we already asked that. Not everybody can see that. So not because some people don't have their software up to date is the thing. So people who update their software have more advantages in this regard. So can everybody see something now? I quit sharing the screen. You should be able to scroll through. Maybe you need to change your view. And can you see that people have their hands raised. All right, so some people still can't see it. Okay, I'm going to suggest you get your software up to date for the next time we do this, but I will announce to the best of this will be a straw poll. I will announce how it looks, okay?
Hey, Amy, I appreciate how hard you're working to include everyone, and you're doing a great job, by the way.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. All right, so let me get back to where we were. One sec here. I just need to share my screen again, and
You can also remind folks to have their participants panel open.
yes, that has been said, but thank you for that. So here we go. We are on 2A. And we are a straw poll was called for. I'm going to clear all the hand raises. And so this is a straw poll. And I'm going to leave the PowerPoint off, but until we get back into the actual voting. So if you are, you'll have 20 seconds to vote, and another, since I'll be announcing it, I'll just announce it, but you can look around for 20 seconds afterwards. So this is on a straw poll on City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, city sales and use tax extension. And this is a straw poll. If you believe you're in favor of it now, raise your hand.
Favor?
In favor of this. Yes, if you're in favor of this straw poll, raise your hand.
Favor of the straw poll or in favor
No,
of?
in favor of the ballot issue 2A, city sales and use tax extension in the city of Boulder. If you're in favor of the city sales and use tax in Boulder. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna have to share that and then unshare. All right, so I see 31 people in favor of this who all are holding proxies. So that would be 31 plus 6, 37. I'm going to lower hands now. And now straw poll for the other direction. If you are not in favor of the city of Boulder ballot issue 2A, raise your hands now. Okay, so with time running out, I see 12. All right, I'm clearing the feedback, then we'll take the official vote. So this is the official vote. This is for the position we would take, either for or against. We're going to take the for vote first. So if you are in favor of the City of Boulder ballot issue 2A, city sales and use tax extension, raise your hand now. And remember to leave your hands up. We have about 6 seconds left, but leave your hands up until we do an official count. Okay, timer has expired. I see 30, and then let's see if there's any. I see 30 plus 6, 36. What do you see, Janet and Ann?
Do the same.
Same.
Okay, I will lower hands now. And now we will take a vote against the position, against this City of Boulder ballot issue. Again, this has to pass with 2/3. Go ahead and vote. So this is the no vote on that. Okay, we have time expired, so leave your hands up, please. We have to check for Okay, I see no proxies in that, and I see 13. What do you see?
Same.
Okay, so we have 36 yeses, 13 nos.
It's over 2/3.
Okay, so that is over 2/3, so that passes with 36 yeses. All right, I promised a 3-minute break. So let's all go do what we can and need to do in 3 minutes, and we will come back and do City of Boulder 2B. Oh, thanks for setting a timer, Tim. Go make some tea. Oh, I made it 12 seconds to spare. Amazing. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving on to 2B, City of Boulder. This is an elections administrative charter cleanup. Sorry, I had to take a bite of something. So now that that has been resolved, sorry, clicking this wrong. All right. I will read the ballot measure. So let's see. Okay, I'm going to read the ballot measure, then we'll ask the first question. This reminds me of Passover. All right. Shall sections 27, 37, 39, 46, and 57 of the city charter be amended pursuant to ordinance 8587 to remove the requirement that signers to petitions appear personally before the city clerk. Clarify the state law governs the process for charter amendments. change the timing of provisions of filing a petition to 160 days before an election instead of 150 days. Change the number of days that the city clerk has to approve a petition to 15 days from 10 days, and change the number of days that a city clerk has to verify petition signatures from 10 to 15. And this is a yes, this is how it will appear on the ballot. It'll say for the measure or against the measure. Okay. So, oh. All right, so the next thing is moving on to our first question. Shall we take a position on this measure? Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of this measure? Speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on the measure? Anybody who would like to speak? Oh, okay, Don Parcher. Anybody else? Okay, Mike Altenburn. Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, thank you very much. I will lower your hands. And now, is there anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on the measure? Anybody who would like to speak against it? Speaking against taking a position on the measure. All right, since nobody's speaking against, we'll move right into voting. So, Tim, do we have the timer back to 20 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so all those in favor of, oh gosh, what happened to the screen here? Sorry, I have just a second. Let me get you. Oh, no, here we go. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. All those in favor of taking a position on ballot issue 2B, please raise your hands now. Okay, time has expired. Leave your hands up. Okay, I see. I see 19 plus, let me see how many proxies. They're not everybody. 1, 2. I think I only see 2 proxies. So I see 19 plus 2, 21, Janet.
That's what I see. Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
see.
Okay, so I see 21 for taking a position on this. And now I will lower hands.
Wait a second, 19.
It was
Okay.
19 until somebody, people
Yeah,
are
thank
lowering
you.
their own hands, even though I've asked for people not to do that. Please, it's confusing to us, okay? So now we're going to vote on not taking a position for this. So if you are for that we don't take a position on this, raise your hand now. Okay, time has expired. Leave your hands up. Don't change anything because we have to see how many proxies there are. So I see 2 proxies and 18 votes is 20. Is that what you see?
That's what I
Janet?
see. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the vote is 21 for taking a position on this and 20 against, and so we will move to the second question. And I will read that to you. All right. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are three possible outcomes of a formal vote. A supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. A supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. Or three, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. I forgot to lower hands. I will do that now. And so now I am asking for anybody who would like to speak in favor of the City of Boulder ballot issue 2B, the charter cleanup. Who would like to speak in favor of that? Who would like to speak in favor of it? Who would like to speak in favor of it? Mike Altenburn. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Oh, David Klein. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. I'm going to lower hands. Who would like to speak against the City of Boulder ballot issue 2B, the administrative cleanup? Anybody want to speak against it? Anybody want to speak against it? Anybody want to speak against it? Okay, hearing none, we will move into a vote. So you will be voting for the position. This, of course, has to pass with a 2/3 vote. So if you are in favor of the City of Boulder ballot issue 2B, please raise your hand now. Okay, time has expired. Leave your hands up. Okay, let's see how many proxies are voting in this. There's 1, 2. Okay, I see 25 votes and 2 proxies. So
That's what I
that would,
see. Yes.
so that would be 27 yes votes. Okay, is that, you both agree, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to clear the feedback. And now, if you are against the City of Boulder, the position, if you're against this position, please vote no. Please raise your hand for a no vote. Go ahead and begin voting. Okay, the timer has expired. Leave your hands up, please, so we can see how many proxies are voting here. We have 10 plus 2, I see 12.
That's what I see.
Okay, so I have 27 yeses and 12 noes, so yeses win by 2/3, by over 2/3. Okay, we will move on.
Wait, excuse me, Amy, I'm so sorry. I have a point of order. I thought it was 2/3 of the people in the room because we were not called on to abstain.
Well, right, if you don't vote, so what we would do is, the way I see it, it's still 2/3, and you're right, Kathy, but it's a total vote of 39 votes, right? So anything over 13, 26 would win, and it's 27.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
No, I just, there's no place to
Oh,
register.
my math is working. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, to clarify, it's 2/3 of the votes cast. It's not 2/3 of the members present.
Right.
So if you want to abstain, you just don't cast a vote.
Yeah.
But if I'm sorry, I hate to, I know I hate people like me who are making points about order, but I wish to abstain.
But
And I would, if, it would be great if my vote could be counted abstaining.
yeah, but that isn't how it works.
That's not in the bylaws. Okay, sorry.
I agree with Kathy.
Okay, then you should attend the next BLT meeting and suggest.
I did attend the last one and that is what I said.
Okay, well, but that didn't happen before this meeting, so you're welcome to attend the next one, and we should dig deep into this issue of how we do this. There's people who, these rules were created for a reason, and
Well, we did spend a couple of hours on it before.
I got you, Bruce, but it takes 2 meetings to pass a change to our bylaws. So if you want to come and suggest it, we'll make sure that the bylaws team knows that we want to change, that members want to change the bylaws, and we will get to work on that. That's all I can suggest right now. Right now, we can't change that. All right, we're going to move on.
May I be recognized?
Oh, sure, Mike.
No, this is Guy.
Oh, Guy,
As-
sorry.
As someone who voted in favor, I move for reconsideration of the question.
I need help with that.
I figured. The point being that in order to effectively abstain, that you would, in this case, need to vote no. And so I'm calling for reconsideration, revote on the issue, which under Robert's rules, having voted in favor, I have the right to do.
Joel, is that accurate?
It sounds right. I'm looking.
Okay, give us a minute.
I also have a question about Robert's rules and how this is moving.
Okay. Do you want to let us deal with this first one? Then we'll move to the
Yes.
next one. And then we'll get to your question, Celeste.
I just want to talk to this issue. I thought that by voting yes on the first vote, we chose not to abstain, basically.
They're separate votes.
I don't understand that reasoning, Celeste.
We had a vote on whether or not to take a position, and that's when you can vote not to take a position, i.e. abstain.
Well, you don't have to vote on either of them, right?
I think we're conflating what it means to abstain as a single voter and what it means to abstain as the body not making a recommendation.
Yeah, the first question, if you want it, abstaining is not casting a vote. The first question is whether we're taking a position or not taking a position. So if you don't want to vote on that question, you don't have to vote, which is abstaining. But the question is not deciding if we're abstaining on something, it's deciding if we're going to take a position or not as an org.
That's the majority vote. That one requires a majority vote.
Right. And when you get to the supermajority vote, if you want us to not take a position, then you need to vote against. Assuming that the majority is going to vote in favor, you want to try to avoid the 2/3 in favor to not take a position.
Yeah, so guys, reconsider is correct and in order.
Okay, so do we start again with the yes vote and then?
No, that is a motion. It needs to be seconded.
Okay, and then do we need a 2/3 to pass Guy's motion?
Let's see what the vote is. Only a majority vote.
Okay, so what we're gonna be doing is voting for reconsideration. Guy's motion is, I'm gonna restate this to the best of my ability. We are voting for reconsideration of, would we start with, hold on, I have a quick parliamentary question. Do we start with the first vote in this case, or are we doing the first, just the second vote? Joel?
Well, in this case, because of the way it happened and the question, his motivation was to clarify the abstention thing and give people who thought they were having an effect by abstaining but not, to redo it so they could vote in a way that would have an effect. So I would say, just for clarity, just because they're so tightly tied together, I would just redo both steps.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have a question about parliamentary procedure. So the way things have been operating, if people want to speak in favor and nobody chooses to speak against, even though there are people that will vote against it, because they choose not to speak against, they have effectively eliminated debate. And to me, that is not something that should happen in any part of any parliamentary procedure. And so there's a flaw there somewhere. And I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I would suspect that if no one chooses to speak against, there should be at least one person speaking for, because that's a tactic that is not acceptable under Robert's rules.
Yeah, so there are some special EC rules that got adopted a while back that are not what you would consider to be in conformance with standard Robert's rules. So that's an iron that should be wrinkled, or sorry, an iron that should be unwrinkled, a wrinkle that should be ironed.
Yeah, that's something that was created along with friendly amendments and other things like that.
It was designed to make sure.
I would recommend that we revisit these rules in the future and that we ensure that all aspects of our rules conform to Robert's Rules of Order, because they exist for a reason. And we now have a flaw in our system where all debate can be undermined by people who choose to vote against something, just decide they're not going to speak. So we have no debate on any of these issues. So it's disappointing, but I will accept the decision of the people who created the rules at this point, and we'll move forward.
And Mike, I'd like to point out that the same rules exist in like reorg and in the assembly and convention. It's to assure an equal number of people have the opportunity to speak for.
No, what it ensures is that if people are against an issue, there's no debate. That's the only thing that it ensures.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Robert's rules does not have, true Robert's rules does not have a limit on how many people can speak for or against. That would be something that the body would have to make a decision on by choosing to adopt new rules. So I don't want to debate it here, but it's not correct.
The chair has spoken.
You guys, we've already agreed that we would revisit this. In the middle of this meeting, we cannot change that, okay? I agree with you that it needs to be changed, and we have been trying to undo some of these special rules that got put in, some of them way back over 10 years ago. And we need to look at all of this. We have tried to look at our governance. We will continue to do that. That is a promise from me.
I would suggest that, just in fairness, that if people are in this meeting and they are against an issue, that when they are given the opportunity, they would choose to speak against it so that we could understand
I'm sorry, I think you have to be
Good point.
recognized by the chair to speak, and I request that we move along, please.
Okay,
Certainly.
okay, thank you. Jonathan, you have your hand raised.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, my hand was getting tired. Now I just had a point of inquiry here. So we are currently not discussing Robert's rules, correct? We are discussing the motion for reconsideration, and I just want to make sure I understand what the motion for reconsideration was made by a person on the prevailing side. Two-part question. Did anyone second that motion yet?
No, we haven't gotten there, which is why we're having all this informal
Okay.
discussion.
All right.
So I'm
Yeah,
about to
okay.
restate that.
All right, yeah, no, if there's a
Thank
second
you.
for the motion and I know debate is allowed, I'll leave it at that, but I'm not going to say anything because there hasn't been a second.
Okay. So. Right, all right.
While
So,
Jonathan was talking, I just heard somebody say I second.
yes, Jonathan said he seconded. So Guy.
No, I was waiting to hear whether there was a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you
It
second.
was-
So let me restate the motion and then I'll call for a second. Okay. So the motion is that per the rules of reconsideration, we do steps 1 and step 2 again on this ballot issue, which I am on the wrong ballot issue right now. Somehow on ballot issue 2B, the administrative charter cleanup. So in other words, we will start at the beginning. We will do both votes. And per Robert's rules of, okay, so that's the motion. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Who said that?
Kathy Partridge, yeah.
Kathy seconds that, Janet. All right,
Yes.
so now I'm going to call for debate for the motion that's on the floor. So who would like to speak in favor of the motion? Who would like to speak in favor of the motion? Who would like to speak in favor of the motion? Okay, Guy? Anybody else? All right, who would like to speak against? Who would like to speak against? And who would like to speak against? Patricia. Pat Beazer. Okay. All right, we have 1 for and 1 against. Can we have a 2-minute timer, please? And when you have that, just let me know.
Ready.
All right, Guy?
Yeah, I'll keep this short. I just want to give people who did not understand how the counting rules worked the opportunity to vote their conscience, either to not take a position on this or to vote against it so that it does not receive a 2/3 majority. Hi, Pat.
All right, thank you. Okay, Pat?
My thoughts on this is this is an administrative cleanup thing, and why do we need to enter into any craziness with this? It seems to me that it's been thought out, it's been presented, and it's really none of our business. Let people decide for themselves. I'll vote for it just to keep it, to make the people happy.
We're talking about whether we should go into reconsideration, so,
Oh,
okay.
in reconsideration, I think we should, because I don't think people knew exactly what they were
Okay,
doing.
but I was asking, okay, you were going to speak against it. All right, well, thank you very much, Pat.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. So, so there's a couple points that have come up in the chat, and I know you all can't see that, but the chair does not call for abstentions the way we have our bylaws written. And there's an important point that if you vote against it, we will oppose it. Because if we get past the first one. If we don't get past the first one, shall we take a position? Then there's no opposition. We just say no position in our voter guide. The BCDP takes no position. So to be sure everybody understands that, on the first question, shall we take a position? If we don't get 50 over half voting for that, that's a simple majority, then we will not take a position in our voter guide. Okay? So the question is, right now, we're having the question on reconsideration. So we are voting for, this is just voting for, shall we take another vote, essentially. The motion is, shall we have the reconsideration motion of taking another vote? Vote now. This would be for a yes vote if you're voting now, or the way that it stands before us, how we'll leave it. So if you want us to move through this and take a second vote, vote yes, no. Okay, time has expired. Let us count the votes. Don't do anything with your hands. I see one. I see 18 plus 1, 19. What do you see?
Same.
Same.
Okay, so now we're going to vote against redoing the vote or doing the reconsideration motion. So I'm going to lower hands, and in a minute, I will ask you to raise your hands again. So if you are against doing the reconsideration motion, raise your hands now. You are against redoing the vote for this, the reconsideration, raise your hands now. Okay, time has expired, and let us count. Don't do anything with your hands, please. Okay, I see 20 plus 2, 22.
That's what I see.
Okay,
Same.
so we have a vote for reconsideration, 19 against 22. So the vote stands as it was. We're not going to redo this vote. So this passed. This will be in our voter guide as being for 27 to 12. So now you okay, so we're moving on. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next ballot measure, which is City of Boulder ballot 302, safe zones for kids. Shall section 8321 BRC 1981 be amended to add a provision to prioritize removal of prohibited items such as tents, temporary structures, or propane tanks within 500 feet of a school or 50 feet of any multi-use path or sidewalk pursuant to ordinance 8586. And if you vote yes, if you would vote yes on your ballot in the future, when you get your ballot, it would be that you're for the measure, or no, it's against. And shall we take a position on this measure is the question. And who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this measure? Eric and Kitty, anybody else? And Don, okay. I'm going to lower your hands. And who would like to speak against taking a position on this measure? Joel, Britta, and David. Okay, and this 302. Okay, so Eric, you will go first. And Tim, we need 2 minutes. When you're ready, just let me know.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm just waiting for a timer, or should I just start going?
I just start. Tim will
All
start it.
Ben was ready.
Great, thank you. Hi, I just wanted to say a few words about why we should take a position. And, I've been involved in the platform process this year, and particularly the economic plank. And our platform is clear that we must take a position on this issue, and that position should be no. This measure is about somehow prioritizing the removal of every homeless tent within 50 feet of all sidewalks every day, which is not possible without huge amounts of police resources. But even if it were possible, it goes directly against our official platform. And what our platform says, the 2022 Boulder County Democratic Platform, is clear on what we believe in regard to homelessness. And that platform that we voted on in 2022 reads that Boulder County Democratic Party supports eliminating the camping bans or providing temporary camping sites that are less disruptive to the needs of the community that inhumanely target the homeless. And what this measure seeks to do is increase enforcement that already exists, while our platform calls for stopping that enforcement so we can find real solutions. So we are required by our platform, if we are in line with it, to take an opposing position to this measure. And if we fail to do that, we are failing to live up to our platform. And we are constantly talking about how to have more accountability from our elected officials to our platform, but we cannot expect our elected officials to take us seriously for a platform that we don't hold ourselves. So I think we should absolutely vote to take a position on this measure.
Thank you, Eric. And now we'll move to Joel Smith. Just 1 second, Joel. Okay, Joel, go ahead and begin.
Yeah, so thanks. So Guy mentioned the CU South initiative, and I sort of like to propose a sort of CU South rule. Now, for those of you who don't remember, CU South was a very contentious matter. We did take a position several years ago. We did get 2/3 that was favor of the development of CU South. There was a minority, less than a third, but there was quite critically opposed to it and had difficulty in distributing the voter guides. And I just think that as a party, my number one objective is keep us united. This is a very contentious issue. We had 2 excellent presentations in the forum. Thank you, Amy, and the others for organizing that. You see the strength of views on it on both sides. And I have a feeling that whichever way we come out, one side is going to be pretty unhappy and not happy with a voter guide that takes a position one way or the other. So my sense on this one is I think we'd be wiser just to stay quiet in this because it's going to be a very contentious issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Joel. And when you're ready, Kitty, you can begin. Do you want to share your camera, Kitty? You don't have to. If you're talking, Kitty, we're not hearing you. Kitty, can you type? Are you talking? Because I am not hearing you, but it looks like you're unmuted. So maybe something isn't working with your speaker, in which case I would move on to Don and give you a second to, why don't you work on your speaker while Don and Britta talk, and we'll circle back around, Kitty. Unless that was you. Kitty? All right, we'll let you work on your mic, and we'll move to Don Parcher. Don, go ahead.
Thank you. I think Joel made some good points, but in general, I'd like to see this committee vote on these measures. But I would encourage any members of this committee who either don't live in the, like in this case, the city of Boulder, or are not familiar with the measure, or don't have a strong opinion, to abstain or not vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kitty, if you can't get your mic working, if you want to type your message to me, I'll read it out loud. You can type it in the chat. Britta, whenever you're ready.
I would agree with Joel 100%. There's such good people on both sides of this issue. Nobody wants to have kids be unsafe. I certainly don't want to read the Daily Camera that the Boulder County Democratic Party votes against safety for kids. But there are a lot of people who disagree about what's the best way to achieve that. And that's what this issue is about. I think there is widespread disagreement about what's the best way to proceed. I don't want to have the party split apart the way it was with CU South. And so I would urge all of us to vote against taking a position and then vote our consciences and hope that everyone else in the city votes their own conscience on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Britta. And I just want to check back in with Kitty. If your mic isn't working, if you want to type it in real quick, okay. So here's Kitty's, I'm going to read what Kitty typed in the chat. She said, we should definitely take a position on this. Whether people are good or not is not the reason to shy away. I have endorsed the opposition. So meaning the no side of this. All right, thank you, Kitty. And now we'll move on to David.
Thanks. I would like to just second what Joel said. That's my main concern here, is that this becomes something that loses us Democratic votes and creates disunity within the party. And I think that the differences of opinion about this, you know, whether to be in favor of this or oppose it, have to do with what what you think the impact will be. And I think reasonable people can differ on what you think the impact will be. And to me, that makes it unclear whether the platform planks that were mentioned before compel us to support this or not. So I would urge us, or to take a position. So I would urge us not to take a position in order to improve our position as a party and keep more, promote domestic tranquility, as it were. And I yield back the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will move into voting on the question, shall we take a position on this measure? Begin voting now.
This is voting in favor of
This is
taking.
for a yes.
This is for taking a position on this measure. The very first question, shall we take a position on this measure?
I'm
Is there
trying
a
to,
yes vote for that question?
I
Okay,
haven't raised my hand.
you can't raise your hand.
I don't see the control for it.
Okay, Paul, you must have just joined.
No, I've been here for a long time.
All right, well, type it in the chat then. Type your vote in the chat. Okay, the timer has run out. So, and then Paul, why don't you work on finding, it's under reactions. You said you were a yes vote, so that's one yes vote for that. Now let us count everything else. Please leave your hands up. Okay, so I see 14 plus 2, 1, 2, 3. I see 3 proxies. Okay, I don't know who's clapping, but okay, Paul was clapping. Okay, so Paul could find the clap. Okay, you must have just found
Sorry.
All right, so that's okay. Now you know where it is. So I see 15 plus, let me count the proxies, 2, 4, 6. So the, 1, 2, 3. I see 3 proxies plus 15 votes is 18 for taking a position.
That's what I see.
Ann?
Yep.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna lower hands. Paul, you're good with knowing how to do that now?
Yes,
Paul?
yes, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. All right, so now those who, this is the question, shall we take a position on this measure? If you're a no to that, please raise your hand now. Okay, instead of using the thumbs up or something, use the hand.
Hmm.
All right, we have 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 0. Okay, leave your hands up. Let us do a count. I see 27, no, 28, sorry, 28 no votes and 0 proxies. What do you see?
I see one proxy.
Yeah, I
Okay.
see a proxy.
Okay, I must have missed it. Let me find it. Let's see. Oh, yes, I see it. I see 1 proxy and 28 no, so that's 29. So this wins by majority that we will not take a position. So no position on this ballot measure, and we move on to the next ballot measure. Okay. Thank you. So now we will move on to the Town of Erie ballot measures. These both have to do with the home rule charter. The first one is going to be, shall the Town of Erie proposed home rule charter be adopted? And I'm going to just give you a preview of the second one because they go together, okay, in a certain sort of a way. So give me a second here. I'm having trouble with a screen. I mean,
Point of order.
yes, Guy.
It's 8:30 and we need to vote to extend the meeting.
All right.
And so moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Who said second first?
Laura Spicer.
Thank you, Laura. So we have a motion on the floor to extend the meeting till completion, and it was seconded. And my understanding is we just need a simple majority vote for this. Is that correct, Joel?
Actually, I think that might be an old rule. I'm not sure it's in effect currently.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I think that might be an old rule. I don't think it's currently in effect.
That we need to vote?
There used to be an EC rule about voting to extend the meeting if it was going to extend past a certain time, but I don't see that in the current list.
Joel, I don't know if it was formally removed because I made that motion numerous times in in-person meetings at the headquarters pre-COVID, and at least once on Zoom. And I've been in every EC meeting I can remember, and I do not remember that rule being rescinded in any way.
Well, here's the problem.
It's not on the most recent list. So for now, I'll just say take the vote and move on.
Yeah, we'll do it with a simple majority, and this is why we want to have everything just with Robert's rules instead of all the special rules that have been created over the years, because it's too confusing. So anyway, that is part of the governance cleanup that we're working on. So, all right, back to the motion. The motion is to extend the meeting until completion, and it will require a simple majority. Anybody want to debate on the, I haven't asked for a vote yet, people. Anybody want to debate on the foresight of doing this, of extending the meeting? Anybody would like to deliberate on the foresight of that? Anybody? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to voting. We're getting close, Jen. I'll let you know in a second. The question is how many things do we have to vote on? I'll let you know. We're getting close, but anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. So how many people are in favor of extending the meeting until completion? Please vote now. Okay, I see 28 plus plus 4 proxies. I see 32 people in favor.
Yes.
Okay, please, I will lower your, Anne, are you good with that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to people who want to vote to not extend the meeting. Please raise your hands now. Raise your hand if you want to vote to not extend the meeting. All right, we're out of time. Well, it got stuck on 1 second. So we are out of time. And we have 1 vote. So we will extend the meeting until completion. 32-1 is the vote. So moving on to the town of Erie. So Kitty says we have completed 7 items and have 8. This could take a very long time. This meeting does take a long time. It really does. We knew that going into it. And if you need to leave and can't stay, then I guess that's what you will have to do. But, you know, for those who can stay, we would appreciate it because this is an important and 1 time a year meeting that we do. So this is 3A for town of Erie. I think this will actually go pretty quick. And the next one is 3B, and it is dependent on 3A. And so I'm just going to explain it, and then we'll just briefly cover it when we come to it. But if 3A is adopted, then they have a measure to provide some monetary compensation, $1,200 a month for the mayor and $700 per month for the council members. And that's pretty much what that is. So it goes into how they determine that. So I'm going to go back to 3A. And we are going to be asking the question, shall we take a position on this? Is there anybody who would like to speak on the pro side of taking a position on 3A? Anybody? 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 Okay, then we will not have anybody speaking about this. We'll move directly into a vote.
Glucose syrup and then sugar. Those are the top 2 ingredients.
Okay, if you're not speaking to me, please be muted. And if you are speaking to me, I didn't hear what you said. Okay, so we're going to go into a vote, and we're voting on, shall we take a position?
Amy?
Yes.
Could you just ask if there's anybody who would be willing to speak against taking a position on this, just so people know if there is somebody? Because I speak against it, but I know that's not going to happen, but I just want people to know that I would speak against.
Sure. Okay, is there anybody who would speak against this?
Against taking a position on it.
Against taking a position on 3A. Okay, we have Celeste. So we have nobody for and Celeste against, so we will not be hearing those positions the way we currently have our governance working. So now we will move into a vote. So all those in favor of taking a position on shall the town of Erie proposed home rule charter be adopted, please raise your hands now. Please raise your hands if you are for for taking a position on the town of Erie's proposed home rule charter being adopted. Okay, timer has expired. Let us do a count. Leave your hands up. I see 8 plus 1. I see 9.
Same.
Same.
All right, we'll move to the no vote. I will lower your hands. So this is, raise your hand if you are opposed to taking a position on shall the town of Erie proposed home rule charter be adopted. Raise your hands if you're opposed to taking a position on that. Okay, good. Leave your hands up. And let's see what we have. I see 1, 2. I see 17 plus 3, 20 for no.
Same.
That's what I see. Yep.
Okay, so we will not be taking a position on this Erie Home Rule Charter. And so since I think the first question, well, I think we still need to vote on the second one. Because that, even though it's loosely associated, it still could, you know, this could pass in the vote on November and on voting day, and then the second question would be relevant. So I will move on to that, to 3B. I need to switch to a new piece of paper. All right, so 3B is if the town, this is called the Home Rule Charter Language Replacement. If the town of Erie proposed home rule charter is adopted, shall section 2.08 of the charter be replaced to read as follows. And again, this is the compensation measure for the mayor, $1,200 per month, the council members, $700 per month, and then they go in to say how they got to that amount. So is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on the home rule charter language replacement? Would anybody like to speak in favor of taking a position on 3B? Anyone? All right. Oh, Guy. Okay. And then anybody else? Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Guy. And then is there anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on the home rule charter language replacement? Is there anybody who would like to speak against that? Against that? Okay, seeing none, we will move into a vote. So this vote is for if the town of Erie proposed home rule charter is adopted, and this is about us taking a position. So shall we take a position on 3B, which is to substitute this language that you see? Please vote yes now if you are for that by raising your hand. So we're voting for taking a position on this language revision. Okay, hold your votes. I presently see 3 with no, okay, I think you came in after the mark there, Dan. So I'm going to count 3 with no,
Sorry.
That's okay. With no proxies voting. So it's 3 for yes for taking a position, and we'll clear those out. And now we're going to vote. We'll take a vote for being opposed to taking a position on 3B. So this is a vote for being opposed to taking a position on 3B, and go ahead and vote now. Okay, time has expired and let us do a count. I see 19 plus 3. I see 22.
Same.
Same.
Okay, so we will not be taking a position on this.
Can I just make one point about Erie? Just remind people that it's actually in 2 counties. So it would be very interesting if Boulder County took one position and Weld County Democrats took a different position.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Celeste. Okay, all right, we're gonna move on to the next one. We're moving fast, Kitty. We're on to 3C. We're now in City of Longmont ballot measures. So the next 3 measures are all City of Longmont ballot measures. They all involve increasing taxes for various things. This one, I'm going to just kind of give you the summary, is to increase taxes by $7,400,000 annually to build a new library and continue existing funding for the current library. So that is what this is for. It runs for 20 years of tax collection, starting in 2024. And the tax rate is 0.15% of city, it's a city sales tax and sales and use tax. All right, so is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on City of Longmont ballot issue 3C? Anyone? Anyone who would like to speak in favor of Longmont issue 3C? All right, is there anyone who would like to speak against taking a position on, okay, so we have Gaithia and Susan. And though we have you, since nobody's speaking in favor, we also won't have you speaking against, but good to know. So thank you for raising your hands and being willing to do that. So we will move directly into voting on this ballot measure. And the question is, shall we take a position on City of Longmont issue 3C? Begin voting now. All right. Okay, good. All right, the time has expired, so let us count. Do the magic counting here. I see 9 plus 2. I see 11 for.
Same.
And maybe you're.
Sorry, I forgot. I didn't know I was on mute. Yes.
Okay. All right. And now we'll lower hands and we'll take a vote for the against taking a position on this. We need to clear the feedback. Okay, so hold on. I haven't asked you to vote yet, so I'm gonna, okay, all right. So this vote is for if you're against taking a position on issue 3C, please raise your hands now. So this is for people who are against taking a position on 3C. Okay, time has expired. Leave your hands as they are, and we'll do the quick count here. I see 19 plus 2, 21.
Same.
Yes.
Okay, so we will not be taking a position on this. Okay, the next one is City of Longmont ballot measure 3D. This one is also, it's a tax increase of 12,500,000 annually in the first year and subsequent years. I don't know how many years, let's see. And in each subsequent year, it's a mill levy increase rather than a sales tax for not more than 20 years. And that is to build a new arts and entertainment center. So let me clear everything here. And is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on Longmont's issue 3D, the Arts and Entertainment Center? And that's Mike Altenburn. Anybody else who would like to speak in favor of taking a position? Susie? Anybody else want to speak in favor of taking a position on 3D, the Arts and Entertainment Center in Longmont? All right. And anybody who would like to speak against it? Just a second, let me clear this out here. Just a sec. I'm going to ask again, anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on this? Lynette and Gaithia and Kathy. Okay, we'll go Lynette and Gaithia, but thank you for also raising your hand, Kathy. As
Point of information.
Yes.
May we know if the Longmont area Democrats have taken a position on this or reached consensus on any of the Longmont items because they actually have an organized group?
The Longmont area Democrats haven't discussed this. They've had a forum on education candidates so far. So there is no answer to that.
Thank you very much.
Not endorse candidates in nonpartisan races, and I don't think we do endorsements for ballot measures either. Virginia's on the call as well.
Virginia, did you want to say anything about that?
I agree with what Marisa said.
Thank you.
We're not taking position on these.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move into letting Mike Altenburn speak first for 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, Mike, you can begin.
I got to tap my buttons here. Maybe I should have spoke on the last one as well, but what we're talking about is something referred to as social infrastructure. And when communities invest in social infrastructure, it has huge benefits for everyone, including people that may not use that benefit directly. And a lot of research has showed that if you have comparable communities and one community invests in libraries and recreation centers, that they have less crime and less other social problems. And somebody pointed out that if we had never had libraries from the get-go, we've had them forever. But let's pretend for a minute that we never had a library system anywhere. And somebody went down to the state legislature and said, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's invest a lot of money and build buildings in all of our communities and provide books and other materials that people need and access to the internet for free. Right now, given our political climate, most politicians would say, are you crazy? And because we live in a state where we have Tabor, we have to vote on all of these things. And I think the bigger picture view is this is a long-term investment in our communities that pay dividends well beyond the dollar figures that you see in these questions. So again, I'll point out that our literature reaches almost every single door of likely Democrat and Democrat-leaning voters. And that's a huge resource to help a community pass something like this.
Thank you, Mike. And Lynette, have you speak next, please? You're muted. You're muted.
I'm in favor of this, but initiative, but I thought that since we decided not to endorse the last one, that we probably shouldn't endorse any of them because, I think we should either weigh in on all of them or not weigh in on all of them because they're all kind of closely related. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to remind you that what we're speaking about right now is what Lynette just brought up, but Mike also raised points about why we should take a position. So we're now determining we're debating, shall we take a position or not what position we should take at this moment in time. So moving on to Susie. Hold on, Susie. Richard, do you have a point of order or your hand is up?
Is it possible to use this section to ask a very quick question?
I'd rather do that after we have finished the deliberation on shall we take a position or not.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you. Susie, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I received an email today from Sarah Levison, who is a former Longmont City Council person and a member of the Boulder Democratic Party, but she's not a member of the East Executive Committee. And she asked me to read comments on her behalf for various Longmont issues. I skipped over issue 3C because the vote for not voting to acknowledge it in the ballot declined, and she suggested a neutral position on that issue. For this ballot issue 3D, I'm reading directly from her email. She said the mill levy increase not to exceed 1.9 mils and a sales and use tax increase of 0.09 to construct and maintain a city-owned arts and entertainment center of 35 million is raised in 5 years. A raise in both property taxes and sales and use taxes are proposed, which will be a regressive burden on the middle and lower income residents of this city. With the future of the First Bank in Broomfield, which still owes money to the TIF district, which underwrote the construction and maintenance, we have a good cause for why this is a financial risk to the city of Longmont. Many people doubt that the funds from this mill levy and sales and use tax could sustain the center. It is a very difficult type of city-owned venue to make profitable. The area is.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Susie.
Okay, she recommended.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Susie. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Gaithia, you're going to speak against taking a position on this matter.
Yes, I think all three of these are significant things that in theory, Longmont as a city now as big as Boulder ought to be supporting, and they're all really poorly conceived. The problem with the library, to speaking to Michael on social infrastructure, is it's in the branch is to be located right near my house in the far southwest corner of Longmont, actually the most prosperous part of Longmont, and it's not reaching people it ought to reach. This measure on Arts Center doesn't specify where the money is to be spent. And there are debates as to whether they're going to build a modern from scratch standalone center of some sort, not specified, or even renovating the old sugar mill, which is like an old tin shed associated with asbestos-ridden and crumbling brick buildings. It's a quagmire, and it's just something that the Democrats should not get involved in the middle of this controversy. It needs, all of these need to go back and be reworked. They just aren't really thoroughly thought through as to how to deliver the kinds of services that Longmont really needs as a city as large as Boulder, but not, they're just really poorly thought out and very controversial here in Longmont.
Thank you, Gaithia. All right, so that completes our formal debate. Richard, I want to see if I can answer your question now.
So the Susie and Gaithia actually went a long ways towards what I was about to ask. Just these are ballot measures where we're deciding to vote on millions of dollars, and it's a property tax increase at a time when with HH at the state level, we're voting on reducing property taxes. So I just kind of wanted to hear a little bit of a pro and con.
Okay, but that's all right. So
and it's my fault for not being prepared.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. So we actually gave a third against position by me hearing what you had to say. Is there anybody else who wants to speak in favor of this to even things out? Anybody? All right, well then we'll move to voting. So the first question is, shall we take a position on this? I'm going to lower all the hands and you can begin voting. Raise your hand if you want. If you're for taking a position on 3D, Longmont's 3D, the Arts and Entertainment Center funding. Okay, the timer has expired, so let us count. We have 4 in favor of taking a position on this. I will lower hands. Oh, wait,
Agreed.
Janet and
Agreed.
sorry. Okay,
Yes.
thank
4.
you. All right, so now we're going to vote please vote. Please raise your hand if you are against taking a position on Longmont ballot issue 3D. Okay. All right, time has expired. I see 22 plus 4 proxies, 26. Is that what you all see?
I'm just counting the proxies. Just a sec here.
Excuse me.
Yep, that's what I get.
Yep, me too.
Okay, so we have 4 yes, 26 no, so we will be taking no position on this item. All right, thank you. We will move on to 3E. This is also a City of Longmont issue. And it is a recreation center. It's a taxation, let's see. It's a mill levy increase not to exceed 2.78 mils. Let's see. Begins in 2024. It can't exceed 2 mils. This is the one, this is interesting, that it's to create a new recreation facility and do kind of a land swap with the current YMCA in Longmont, which also includes a low-income housing tax credit award. So part of this is that some low-income housing will be built on the current YMCA site. And yeah. So it would also include a pool and an ice rink it would also, I think, rebuild the old, I forget what the old pool is called. Anyway, Centennial, thank you. Yeah, I just couldn't think of it. All right, so the question is, shall we take a position on 3E, doing a land swap, creating a new recreation center? Who would like to speak on the for side of this? Anybody want to speak on the for side of taking a position on this? Anybody? All right, who would like to speak on the against side of taking a position on this? Okay, Susie. And Kathy and Gathia. Okay, so we have nobody speaking on the for side, so we will forego the against side and we will move right into voting. So the question of the moment is, shall we take a position on Longmont ballot issue 3E? If you're for this, raise your hands now. If you're for taking a position on 3E, please raise your hand. Okay, if you're for taking a position, please raise your hand. Okay, the timer has expired. I see 3, 4 with no proxies. Janet.
Agreed.
Okay. Ann.
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to clear that. And now please raise your hand if you're against taking a position on City of Longmont ballot issue 3E, the rec center and the land swap and a new rec center and an ice rink. Okay. Time is about to expire. Leave your hands up so we can get a final count. Okay, I see 26 plus 4 proxies.
Yes,
30.
same.
Okay, so with 3 yeses and 30 nos, we will take no position on this. All right, that completes the City of Longmont. Thank you. We'll move on to the City of Louisville. So I will clear this out. Okay, so the City of Louisville ballot issue 2C, Parks and Open Space Funding is, let's see, shall the City of Louisville taxes be increased by 1.5 million in the first fiscal year, and by such amounts as may be generated automatically afterwards, automatically expiring after 10 years. I believe this is a continuation and an increase in an already existing open space tax. It is to...
It's an extension.
It's an extension, yeah, to maintain open space, mitigate wildfire risk within the open space areas. And it involves a 3.375% sales tax. And it is because otherwise this tax will expire December 31st, 2023. So the question at hand is, shall we take a position on this? And is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on Louisville's extension of their tax for parks and open space funding, wildfire mitigation, etc., that would expire December 31st, 2023? So that's Richard is a yes. I mean, for Richard, Guy, and Mike Altenberg. Okay, and is there anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on the city, on the city of, sorry, the city of Louisville's parks and open space funding measure? Anybody who would like to speak against that? Kathy? Anybody else who would like to speak against taking a position on this? Anybody else? All right, so we'll have Richard speak first and then Kathy. So I will lower hands. Richard, whenever you are ready, feel free to begin.
And again, I'm apologizing for what I'm about to say, but this is not completely an extension because there's an additional tax in there. So I just wanted to point out that it's partially an extension and partially a new tax. The 0.125% tax in like the fifth line is an additional tax. So just kind of a clarification.
Okay, that is true. I did say that it was an increase and an extension. Okay.
Okay.
That all you want to say, Richard?
That's all I want to say.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Kathy?
Hi, sure. I would probably vote for this with enthusiasm if I lived in Louisville. However, I think that we, as a Boulder County Democrats, should have no position whenever there are reasonable arguments by good intentioned Democrats on each side of the issue. In this case, this is a sales tax versus the virtues of open space. I'm only speaking up now because I didn't get to speak up on the Longmont issues, but all along I've been voting no position on anything that would be divisive to local Democrats as we do our canvassing. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to make a special allowance here to let somebody speak on the for side of this because Richard more or less just made a point about it rather than speaking for or against it. So Guy, I'm going to give you a chance to speak. Even the board.
I'll try to make it quick. My mom has been a long time, since 2001, resident of Louisville, and she asked me to support this issue, and that's why I'm in favor of supporting it. I'm not actually aware, while taking care of her out here, mostly in East Boulder, in Louisville, of significant opposition to this. So I'm not sure what Kathy was referring to.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. We will move into the voting. Sorry, I don't know, when I touch that, it moves. So yeah, anyway. All right, so we will move into voting on this. So if you are for taking a position on the extension and increase of the parks and open space funding in Louisville, please raise your hand now. Okay, if you're for this, please raise your hand now. All right, time has expired. We will count the votes. I see 10. I see 10 plus 2. I see 12.
Agreed.
Same.
Okay, I will lower hands now. Now, if you're against taking a position on Louisville 2C, Parks and Open Space Funding, please raise your hand now. Okay, if you're against, please raise your hand now. Okay, hold your positions there. I see 15 plus to, I see 17.
Yeah, I thought I saw 3, but I see 2. Yep, I agree.
Okay, so that is a total of 12 yeses and 17 nos. So we will not be taking a position on this. And we will move on to the next ballot issue, which I also think is the last ballot issue.
Mhm.
And if you give me 1 second, I need to let my dog back in. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
So again, cash out. All right.
Mhm.
Life is good. All right, so this is the, oh no, there's one more after this. So there's 2 more, this one and the next one. This is the Town of Superior ballot measure. Shall the Town of Superior form a home rule charter commission for the purpose of drafting a home rule charter? I wrote it twice. Doesn't really change it. All right. So we will be looking at, shall we take a position on this? And who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this? Let me clear the hands first. All right. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this? Okay, Guy. Anybody else who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on this? Anyone? All right, thank you, Guy. I have you captured. Anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on this? Anyone who would like to speak against taking a position on this? Anyone against? All right, seeing none, we'll move into voting. So the question is, shall the Town of Superior form a home rule charter commission for the purpose of drafting a home rule charter? And our question is, shall we take a position on this? You can begin voting now. Shall we take a position of yes on taking a position? Okay. All right, time has expired and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 yeses.
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay. Clear those. And now the question will be, raise your hand if you are against taking a position on Louisville's Home Rule Charter Commission.
Superior.
Oh, sorry. I'm tired. I apologize. Superior's Home Rule Charter Commission. Thank you for the correction. All righty, we have reached the 0. So the timer's run out. So let's see how many people have voted. I show 20 plus 1, 2, 3.
That's what I get.
23, yeah.
Same.
Yep.
All right, so again, we will be taking no position on this measure with a total of 5 yeses and 23 nos. Okay, thank you. And we will move on to the very last one. And that is a special district ballot measure. It is the Netherland EcoPass Public Improvement District ballot issue 6A. This encompasses Netherland and the county area around it. So it's not just the town of Netherland, but all the, a lot of the immediate county area. And it's a no increase in a current tax that is expected to to expire unless it's continued. Let me see if I can remember how long this text goes for. What it does is it provides a resident eco pass extension and also a supplemented employer eco pass program. That's, I think what I read, it's not fully determined yet how that would look exactly, but it might give people a discounted pass who ride the bus to and from work in that area. So let's see, is there anything else we need to say about that? Oh, it will be extended for 10 years. It's for district residents and then for people who work in that area. So is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of taking a position on the Netherland Eco Pass extension? Mike? This is 6A. Okay, so Mike, anybody else? Guy? Anybody else? Richard? All right. I'll clear that. And is there anybody who would like to speak against taking a position on the 6A, the Netherland Eco Pass? Britta? Anybody else who would like to speak against taking a position on the Netherland Eco Pass? Anybody? All right, we'll go with Mike Altenburn speaking in favor and Britta speaking against. So, Mike?
Okay, well, thanks to Britta for choosing to speak against so that we could talk about the pros. In our platform, it says we call on all elected officials to support energy conservation and efficiency efforts in housing, office buildings, industry, transportation, and electrical generation by providing money for research and development as well as subsidies and or tax breaks for timely implementation. So to me, this is a step towards addressing climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And if Netherlands can do it, other communities can do it. Why not support them as a model community to show us the benefits of a program like this? I think the Democrats are a party of yes, we can, and the Republicans are a party of no, we don't want to spend any money. I get it that the residents of Netherlands are the ones that will pay for this, but it definitely supports our values. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Britta.
I raised my hand in error, but since I'm speaking, I'd like to say I agree with a lot of what Mike says, but I don't even live close to Netherlands, and I don't think that I should be voting on this. And so my opposition would be, I don't think I ought to. I realize that I think we're in a different part of the meeting. So I probably shouldn't be saying that I don't think we should be voting on it. I should probably be saying why it's a bad idea, but I'll stop talking now with my apologies that I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been.
Well, the issue is, should we take a position on it?
Oh,
so I
so
think you
yeah,
actually
in that
covered
case,
that.
I don't think we should take a position.
Yeah, I think you were covering that in what you were saying. All right. Well, thank you very much, Britta. All right, so we will move into voting. So all those in favor of taking a position on Netherlands Eco Pass public improvement or the continuation of this tax, please raise your hand now. All right. There we are. The timer has run out, so hold on, we'll count. And I see 18 actual votes and let me count. 12, 3. I think I see 3 proxies, so 18 plus 3, 21.
That's what I see.
Excellent. All right. We will clear all that and we will move on to the no vote. So if you are opposed to taking a position on the Netherland Eco Pass tax extension, please raise your hand now. Thank you, Scott. Little commercial break there from Scott. All right. So if you're opposed to taking a position on the Netherland Eco Pass, vote, raise your hand. Vote so by raising your hand now. All right, time has expired and let us count. I see 7 plus 1, I see 8.
Yes.
Same.
Okay, so we are going to take a position on this. That is the vote 1. And now I get to read this statement one more time tonight. So let me locate it because I haven't read it in so long. It has disappeared. All right, here we go. The second vote will consider supporting or opposing the ballot measure. Any member may request a straw poll prior to the formal vote. There are 3 possible outcomes of a formal vote. 1, a supermajority vote for passing the motion results in a position of support for the ballot measure. 2, a supermajority vote against passing the motion results in a position of opposition to the measure. And 3, a simple majority vote in either direction or a tie results in no position being taken on the measure by the BCDP. So the question at hand is who would like to speak in favor of the Netherland Eco Pass? Oh, wait, I didn't clear out those votes. Hold on. All right, who would like to speak in favor of the Netherland Eco Pass? Guy, Richard. Anybody else want to speak in favor of the Netherland Eco Pass itself? Laura. Okay, those are the first 3. So we'll take those. So that's the 4 people. And who would like to speak against the Netherland Eco Pass? Wait, let me clear you out here. Sorry, I have to clear the feedback. Who would like to speak against the Netherland Eco Pass? Anybody want to speak against the Netherland Eco Pass? Okay, so no one is against. Okay, so we will not have formal debate and we will move right into voting. So all those in favor of continuing the tax for the Netherland Eco Pass, please raise your hand now. Okay. All right, time has expired, so let's count the votes. I see 20 plus how many proxies? 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 24, including proxies.
Yes.
Okay. Is that true for you, Anne?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to clear those votes. And now we will be taking a vote for people who are against continuing support the position of, sorry, I'm so tired. I'm having trouble putting my words together. This vote is against the position of the Netherland Eco Pass. So go ahead and vote now. If you're against the Netherland Eco Pass. All right, time has expired. I see 24 for votes. I see 2 against. Is that right, Janet and Ann?
Yes.
That's what I see.
Okay, so that is greater than 2/3. So this passes. We will be taking the position of being for this.
Both
All
people
right.
from Longmont who just love RTD.
All right, thank you, Paul. We are going to move on to the next item in our order of business, which is a review of our calendar. You guys can check it out yourselves at bcdp.co/HQ. I suggest you write that down and check that calendar from time to time. That's the internal calendar. There's lots of meetings coming up and ones that you can participate in if you want to. I did highlight these because the team leaders asked me to when they gave up giving their reports tonight. Caucus and Assembly Planning Meeting Thursday, October 5th from 5 to 6:30. You can contact caucus@bocodems.org. We're still open to having people joining this committee. We'll be doing work from now until we have caucus in March. The next platform meeting, Monday, October 9th at headquarters and on Zoom. And by the way, we still have a couple of platform planks that haven't been worked on yet. We're still working as a large group on a few of them, so it's not too late to join these. And then the next EC meeting will be October 11th at 5:30 at headquarters in person, unless there's a major storm or public health guidance on COVID that would prohibit in-person meetings. And now, I'm going to lower hands, and then does anybody have an announcement? If
Yes.
you raise your hand.
Yes, that's what my hand was raised for.
Okay.
A question about the upcoming meeting before announcements.
Sure.
So in-person means not hybrid, is that correct?
Yeah, we don't have the ability to do.
Okay, just
The best
confirming.
we can do is live stream at this point until
Thank you.
budget year when we buy a piece of equipment that will allow us to do hybrid.
Before
Okay.
we move on, isn't there a ballot issue 7A for North Metro Fire?
Yeah, but I explained that at the beginning, and we're not going to vote on that because there is no residents of Boulder County that live in that fire district.
Oh, that's the one. Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. So thank you. So Paul, do you
Yes.
have an announcement?
Well, I just wanted to mention circling back to Erie. I'm sorry, not Erie, Superior. There is also happening at the same time, 9 people are going to be included in an election that is only, I believe, in 3 precincts. And that happens at the same time. That has to also to do with the charter amendment. Those will be the new city councilors. I'm sorry, that will be the charter committee.
The charter committee.
Charter committee.
I think there's 11 people running for 9 positions, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Marisa?
I just had a question. Has somebody compiled a list of the yes, no, and no position on all the ballot measures tonight?
Yes,
Okay.
I have and Janet has.
Okay, thank you. I'll need it pretty soon. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll get it. We can get it to you ASAP.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for a great.
You're welcome. Does anybody else have any announcements? Okay. Oh, Ann, did you have an announcement?
Yes, my announcement is, Amy, you did an amazing job. Thank you so much for holding this all together and being patient with everybody. You always do a great job. That's all.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank everybody who stayed to the bitter end. I really appreciate your dedication to this process. It is a long meeting, and if we keep working on governance, it's possible this meeting could be shorter in the future. But anyway, thank you for sticking with it and helping us through. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved by the secretary.
Okay, and I saw Mark's hand up. Are you seconding, Mark? Okay, excellent. Everybody have a really good night. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Expect a call coming out in a few days because we have kind of back-to-back EC meetings. But See you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Amy.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for keeping us on track.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Janet and Ann, for helping me count. That was excellent. All right. Anybody have anything they want to say before I end the meeting?
I would just say you got a second on the motion to adjourn, but there was no decision actually taken. So it's a motion. It needs to be seconded.
It was seconded by Mark, but I forgot to take a vote to adjourn.
Yeah,
Let's
or you
just
can
say
just
aye.
ask if there.
How many of us are left? Aye.
Or you can just ask if anybody objects to the motion.
Thank you, Joel. I'm losing it. You're right. All right. Does anybody object to adjourning?
No, it's too late. I mean, it probably no. So, I mean,
We're the body
it's a
that's
vote,
left.
yeah, I mean, if you skip a vote, that's the safest one to skip, but
For sure.
technically it's a motion. And
It is.
a decision. You need some sort of action to make that decision. The second.
And I finally remembered to actually ask for the motion, but I forgot to ask for the vote on that. So.
Okay.
You're right. Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll try to remember that next time. I'll do my best. All right, I'm going to end the meeting for everybody then. So have a good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there.
Night, everybody.
Good night.